Chapter 189. Do you really want to enter the Purple Mountain? Zhang Wuya had long since understood Yi Fan's intentions. He knew that he couldn't stop him no matter what. He sighed and said, "Wait a moment." He turned around and walked into the stone house. Before long he laboriously carried out a large wooden chest. It was yellowish, obviously an ancient object. "What's this?" Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. 8,000 years ago, that ancestor also made meticulous preparations before entering the Purple Mountain. These are some of the things he left behind. Zhang Wuya removed the iron lock and opened the large wooden chest. Suddenly the smell of rotting wood wafted out. After who knew how many years, the inside of the wooden chest was somewhat decayed. This is... Yi Fan first discovered a set of stone armor. That's right, this was a stone armor formed by stringing together pieces of stone. It was simple, unadorned, and neatly stacked. What's this for? The workmanship of this stone armor was exquisite, and it seemed that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Zhang Wuya took out the stone armor and caressed it with his hand. This was personally made by that ancestor 1,000 years ago. He wore one and left another behind. Yi Fan held the stone armor in his hand but didn't feel anything special about it. This kind of stone could be found everywhere, and it was precisely the kind of special stone skin that wrapped around the origin source. This kind of stone skin could obstruct the probing of a cultivator's spiritual sense. As a result, it was difficult to determine whether or not there was a treasure within any origin stone unless it was truly cut open. This was also the reason for the rise of stone gambling. Yi Fan believed that as long as he wanted to, he could easily crush this kind of stone skin. This kind of armor was of no use to him. Don't look down on this stone armor. It's not an ordinary item. It has a powerful spiritual nature. Zhang Wuya seemed to have seen through his thoughts. It has a spiritual nature? Yi Fan carefully sensed it but didn't find anything special. This is no ordinary stone skin. Zhang Wuya caressed it with his hand, unwilling to let it go. This is the stone skin that was peeled off from the origin source. It's a material that could enter the eyes of the Yuan Taoist master. This is the old skin that wraps the origin source. Yi Fan brought the stone armor closer and carefully examined it, but still couldn't see anything. Different professions are worlds apart. You are a cultivator, but you don't understand how precious these stone garments are. Zhang Wuya unfurled the stone robe and said, "Every origin seeker hopes to have a robe like this. You must know that digging for origin chi all day long will inevitably lead to some bad things, but this divine origin robe can ward off evil and evade those unclean things." Yi Fan nodded. He suddenly thought of many things. He had stayed in the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land for a while. Strange things happened one after another. Of course, he knew how dangerous it was. The rock skin of the source of God has a special spirituality. It can avoid unclean things. According to what Zhang Wuya said, this kind of stone skin coexisted with the divine spring. Once infected with its spirituality, it would already possess a spirit and could seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the big wooden box, there was a stone helmet that could cover one's face. You must wear this stone robe and a good stone helmet to hide all the aura on your body. Perhaps it isn't sturdy enough, but it can isolate you from the outside world. Perhaps it can help you avoid the ominous creatures in the Purple Mountain, Zhang Wuya solemnly warned. Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum. Aren't the ancient and tyrannical creatures sealed in the divine origin source? It's hard to say what happens in the Purple Mountain. It's better to make more plans. In fact, I still say the same thing. I really don't want you to take risks. Yi Fan was indeed a bit apprehensive. I don't want to enter the depths of the Purple Mountain. I'll immediately return as soon as I find the heavenly book of source. I don't want to alarm some living creature. Also, take this stone pendant with you. Zhang Wuya took out a stone pendant from the big wooden box and said, "This was refined by an ancestor of my Zhang family. If you're really targeted by evil spirits, it might display some wonderful effects." Clang. Zhang Wuya pulled out a stone saber. The wooden scabbard had long since decayed and shattered the moment he pulled the saber out. The saber was no more than 2 feet long and was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. In addition, there were also some strange patterns. You might see some strange things under the ground. They're bizarre and dazzling. Unless you have no other choice, don't fight them head-on. Zhang Wuya's expression was solemn. Regardless of whether it's a ghost or something else, if it doesn't attack you first, treat it as an illusion. You can use this saber to open the way. Yi Fan was a bit scared. He hadn't taken Zhang Wuya's advice seriously before, but now he was a bit uncertain. Finally, Zhang Wuya took out an astrolabe and said, This astrolabe has been passed down to my generation and contains a large amount of the divine power of the constellations. Keep it well. It will come in handy at a critical moment. If you fall into a ghost mine, it will help you find a way out. Yifan was really a bit speechless. He wanted to beat a retreat and mumbled, "I say, old man, are you supporting me or scaring me? Why am I getting more and more scared?" The stone clothes, stone pendant, stone saber, and stone astrolabe were all carved from the old skin of the divine source. There was nothing special about them, but they contained spirituality. "Old man, where did that first ancestor of your family go in the end? Did he enjoy his old age in this village?" The first ancestor of the Zhang family was a Yuan Taoist master. Such a character could be considered a miracle. Since ancient times, only a few people had appeared in the northern region. Yifan had once asked Zhang Wuya about the Yuan Taoist master's whereabouts. The old man had vaguely said that the Yuan Taoist master knew too much about the secret of origin and that something ominous would happen in his old age. His life and death are a mystery. The old man shook his head. What happened? Countless years ago, 5 Yuan Taoist masters appeared in the northern region. In their old age, they all encountered very strange things. Our Zhang family's first ancestor was no exception. What strange things? Yifan asked. In his old age, he saw many unclean things, but others couldn't see them. He said that was the final fate of the Yuan Taoist master. Unclean things? Yifan was shocked. Yes, in the end he disappeared to an unknown place. On the night he left, a red whirlwind blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled endlessly for an entire night. I say, old man, I'm not scared. If you want to dissuade me, just say it. Why do you have to do this? I'm not scaring you. What I said is true. The first ancestor of the Zhang family really disappeared just like that. When the saintess of the Jade Pool found out, she searched for him all over the northern region, but to no avail. In the end, she personally built a cenotaph for him. Zhang Wuya sighed. That was an extraordinary person who made all the great sages' face turn green. Yet, in his old age, he actually died mysteriously. This made Yifan feel complicated. Is there no clue at all? On that night, there was a 4-year-old child in my Zhang family who accompanied the first ancestor. He was scared silly. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, he was only cured after more than half a year. According to him, what did that child say? Yifan asked when he saw the old man stop talking. He said that on that night he saw one of the grandfather's hands covered in red hair. He also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He only turned his head and the first ancestor disappeared forever. I say, old man, you can't scare people like this. You clearly know that I'm going to enter the Purple Mountain. These are all passed down from generation to generation. I've never told anyone about it. Zhang Wuya shook his head. Yifan's heart trembled. He felt that this blood-colored land was filled with too many mysteries. Many things were probably beyond his imagination. How strong is the Yuan Taoist master? Are you talking about his battle prowess? Yes. Yifan nodded. When my first ancestor was young, he fought to a draw with the saintess of the Jade Pool, Zhang Wuya said calmly. Yifan sucked in a cold breath. This kind of person was truly an extraordinary person. As the Yuan Taoist master, he still had such strength. It was no wonder that the saintess of the Jade Pool became his confidant. After becoming the Yuan Taoist master, I can stabilize the dragon vein and lock the divine source. It's impossible for me not to be strong. Zhang Wuya yearned. In the end, Yifan still went on his way. Little brother Yi, when are you coming back? Wang Shu saw him off. He didn't know that he was going to the Purple Mountain and only thought that he was going on a long journey. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. I'll gamble until those holy lands turn green in the face and get a saintess back. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Dumbo waved his hand honestly. How come you only remember this line after all the things I've taught you? Yifan was speechless. I'm afraid you won't come back. Dumbo scratched his head. Yifan felt that he couldn't argue with him. He smiled and waved his hand behind him. He quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to Zhang Wuya, if he wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, he could only go through the 9 dragon veins and move underground. Then he would cut open the Purple Mountain underground and enter the interior. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a hopeless situation if he directly made a move outside the Purple Mountain. Yifan chose the dragon vein in the east. He wanted to go deep from there because that was the path that the ancestor of the Zhang family had taken 1,000 years ago. He recited the ancient scripture recorded in the ancient bronze coffin in his heart. From time to time, he would carve a few words into the cauldron made from the source chi of all. He had been like this for the past 2 months. Even though those words couldn't stay for long and would soon disappear, he still continued to carve them. This was the root of the source chi of all, and it was his greatest reliance. Even if the void were to shatter, he could hide in the cauldron and escape the calamity. The towering mountain range was majestic and imposing, like a crouching dragon, lying in front of him. The tall stone ridge was bald and reddish-brown. There was no vegetation and it was tinged with purple, similar to the Purple Mountain. According to Zhang Wuye, this dragon vein had been dug out a long time ago. There was a dragon passage underground that led straight to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan didn't make a move directly. He didn't want to break the earth and go deep. He didn't want to cause damage like this, lest he caused a bad result. He searched patiently and finally found an ancient mine. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor of the Zhang family had entered from here. Yi Fan put on the stone clothes and immediately felt that it was airtight. The aura around him was sealed and couldn't leak out in the slightest. He carried the astrolabe on his back, held the stone knife, and hung the stone pendant on it. He silently floated down into the ancient mine. Yi Fan secretly measured the depth. He was incomparably shocked. He fell for 3,000 meters before reaching the bottom of the mine. The pitch-black ancient mine was excavated more than 100,000 years ago. It was filled with the aura of time and this place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan moved his feet lightly. He didn't use divine power but walked forward step by step, carefully sensing everything around him. Everything here was related to the ancient great emperor. It brought him a heavy pressure and he had never been so cautious. In this way Yi Fan silently walked several li. The ancient mine became darker and darker. What is that? Suddenly he was startled. There was the sound of wings flapping in front of him. He could vaguely see a humanoid creature flapping its wings and rushing over. I just came in, and I already encountered an archaic race? Yi Fan cried out in alarm. Chapter 190. It was indeed a humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters and a wingspan of 4 meters. It pounced on Yi Fan from the depths of the ancient mine. Its sharp claws were like knives shining with cold light. It went straight for Yi Fan's throat. At the same time, a strange wave came out of its mouth, making people's eardrums buzz. Yi Fan raised the stone knife and stabbed it, cutting off the humanoid creature's path. Clang! The pair of sharp claws hit the stone knife, making the sound of metal and sparks. Didn't Mr. Zhang say that stone clothes can ward off evil spirits? Why did I provoke an unknown creature as soon as I came in? Yi Fan was confused, but he was not afraid. He felt that this humanoid creature was not difficult to deal with. Swish! The humanoid creature spread its wings and soared into the sky. It gathered its strength again and pounced down again. This time, a bright light came out of its mouth and chopped down like a sharp knife. Yi Fan put away the stone knife. This creature obviously had an innate magic. If he used the stone knife to kill it, it would definitely break. Chi, chi, chi. He opened his 5 fingers and 5 beams of sword light rushed up like dazzling lightning, illuminating the pitch-black ancient mine. Clang! The light blade from the humanoid creature's mouth was broken, and the other 4 beams of sword light all chopped on its body. Blood splashed and the humanoid creature was pierced. It flapped its wings fiercely, trying to escape to the depths of the ancient mine. Yi Fan could not let it escape. He shouted lightly and a wave of air rushed up to the sky, shaking it down directly. He knew that this was definitely not a creature from the primeval age. Otherwise it would not be so weak and far from the legend. Yi Fan stepped forward, unfolded its wings, and revealed its real body to observe carefully. This humanoid creature was 2 meters tall, covered with gray fur, and its wings were made of flesh. It looked like a giant humanoid bat. Yi Fan thought of the records in the ancient books. This was a species that lived underground. It was called the demon bat, which was very rare and almost impossible to see. Legend has it that after bats gained intelligence and became almighty beings, the descendants they gave birth to, after dozens or even hundreds of generations, their blood would gradually become diluted, and if they couldn't improve they would degenerate into devil bats. According to the records in the ancient books, any place where the demon bat appears must be a place of great evil. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't know if it was their nature, but it was said in the ancient books that this kind of rare underground creature lived at the edge of the danger zone. This is not a good sign. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought that the Purple Mountain might have left behind the inheritance of an ancient great emperor, but now it seemed that it was hostile. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and continued forward. After 10 li he encountered a huge problem. There were more than 100 demonic bats and he didn't show any mercy. If they dared to attack him he would kill them with the golden book. In the end, a giant demonic bat that was 5 meters long and had a wingspan of 10 meters appeared and was smashed by his fist. Only then did the ancient mind quiet down. After advancing for more than 10 li, everything was silent. The ancient mind was pitch black and very gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Did I enter the danger zone?" Yi Fan advanced for another 7 or 8 li, neither fast nor slow. He advanced slowly and saw many stone carvings on the cave walls, which were left by the ancient people's knives and axes. It was a very simple pattern that recorded all kinds of things that happened in the past. Yi Fan didn't feel bored, but he looked at it patiently. At first they were all very trivial things, but later on, there were many corpses in the carvings, and those people were all lying on the ground. Did the ancient people from hundreds of thousands of years ago want to leave something behind? The more Yi Fan looked, the more surprised he became. He felt that this was a story. In the end, these people dug out strange things and more people died. Later, a creature with a single horn between its eyebrows appeared, and it was dug out from the mine by the ancient people. Everyone was almost wiped out. This person with a horn between his eyebrows had 6 arms and a pair of wings, and he looked down on the world. In the picture he roared at the sky, the earth cracked, the mine collapsed and underground magma spewed out. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath of air. Could this be a creature from the divine source? Its roar shook heaven and earth. This type of power truly made one tremble in fear. No wonder so many people died. The later carvings were even more shocking. That horned humanoid creature actually knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards an enormous piece of divine source. Such a powerful creature is still trembling with fear, kowtowing to others? Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He impatiently looked at the next carving, wishing to see what the creature inside the exceptional divine source looked like, to see how it could have this type of power. In the following carving, the creature inside the exceptional divine source didn't appear, and it was still hazy. Even though it didn't appear in the world, there were endless corpses in the surroundings. Countless people collapsed, extending into the distance. What exactly is inside that piece of divine source? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. It didn't even appear in the world, yet there was already endless slaughter. According to the carvings, the number of people who died was uncountable, at least in the tens of thousands. In the next few carvings, the divine source was there, but no creature appeared. It only showed that there were more and more corpses around, piling up into mountains, and many of them were cultivators. The blood converged into a real river, meandering into the distance, just like the underworld. As for the creature with a horn on its forehead, 6 arms under its shoulders, and wings on its back, it knelt devoutly beside the divine source from beginning to end. Such a tragic thing happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. How many people died? According to the carvings, this land has clearly collapsed, so why does the ancient mine still exist? Yi Fan originally came to find the Book of Origin, but now he was deeply attracted by the carvings in the ancient mine. In the following carvings, the exceptional divine source was still very hazy, and no creature appeared, only human corpses piling up. And the humanoid creature kneeling in front of the divine source didn't make a move, and it kept kowtowing. The creature in this divine source was most likely a terror-level existence before the primeval age. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He continued to look, and the creature still didn't walk out of the divine source, but there were more and more corpses of cultivators around it, and blood dyed the ground red. In the end, a human expert shrouded in a halo descended from the sky, and everything began to change. It was impossible to see its appearance, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its entire body was surrounded by auspicious colors, and there was only the word Emperor carved above its head. The great Emperor of ancient times. Yi Fan was shocked and he quickly looked down. As expected of the great Emperor who ruled over the world, he suppressed the humanoid creature with a horn on its forehead and devoutly guarding the divine source with one move, and directly smashed it into the ground. That kind of aura was majestic, and the ancient person used a simple style to carve out a bit of the soul, showing the supreme power of the great emperor. All directions cloud destruction, spirit-piercing rainbow, stars and moon trembling, this was the power of a great emperor. He suppressed the humanoid creature as soon as he made a move. In the following carvings he directly attacked the divine source, but it was a pity that at this point the walls of the ancient mine were broken, and the carvings were broken, so it was difficult to see the result. Skipping over this part, Yi Fan continued to look. He felt like he had returned to the ancient land hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he could feel the supreme power of the great emperor. The existence in the exceptional divine source was obviously very terrifying, and it was extremely powerful, forcing the great emperor to take out a weapon. It was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky, and it pressed down, covering the divine source. An extreme weapon. Yi Fan was shocked, and the power of the great emperor's weapon was indeed terrifying, and he had never seen such power before. It was as if the supreme power of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was about to break through the wall. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and the unparalleled divine might of the great emperor of ancient times made him yearn. In the next carving, the divine source cracked, and the creature inside still walked out. However, it only depicted her reaching out a delicate palm, and the stone wall behind it shattered again, so it couldn't be seen in its entirety. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, and he quickly walked forward. However, after walking for a long distance, the stone wall was all broken, and the carvings had all fallen off. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and if it wasn't for the special materials in the mine, there was no way it could have been preserved until now, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Only when he walked out 100 meters did the carving reappear. Unfortunately, the battle had already ended. The great emperor used the extreme weapon, the bell, to suppress the archaic creature, sealing it in the exceptional divine source. In the end, he still couldn't see the true appearance of that terrifying creature. A delicate palm like jade, it seems to belong to a woman, yet it is so powerful. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The creatures of the archaic era were hard to fathom as expected, not dying in the divine source and actually living until the future. However, he admired the great emperor even more, suppressing such a terrifying creature. As expected of an outstanding hero that overlooked the boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the course of that great battle. The 100-meter-long stone wall was destroyed, and it must have recorded the most exciting and intense scenes of the battle. Yi Fan walked forward another dozen or so meters and finally finished looking at the last carving. The great emperor from the primordial era restored the earth to its original state, and then used the bell to suppress the divine source before flying towards a distant mountain. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan recognized the mountain at first glance. It was the Pearl of the Nine Dragons Guard. After seeing all of this, he didn't move forward, and instead stood in place for a long time, silently thinking. This was a carving left behind by the ancients from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it recorded some of the events of the past. All kinds of excavations of the ancient mine were recorded in the carving. This mine was under a mountain ridge, which was also under a so-called dragon vein. In this area there were a total of 9 dragon veins, and they guarded a pearl. They definitely had divine source, so did this mean that there were terrifying creatures in every dragon vein? Could it be that similar things had happened to them and they were finally suppressed by the great emperor? In the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land, when the brilliance of the pyramid flowed and the green vitality reappeared, Yi Fan had seen the formation of the source with his own eyes. It was purely a coincidence that the creatures were sealed in the source. The source fluid dripped down and sealed the corpses on the ground. Did the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era here passively seal the source, or did they enter the dragon vein and sleep in the exceptional divine source? Logically speaking, once the divine source solidified, one couldn't enter. After all, the mine had already formed, and if one forcefully entered, the divine source would only shatter, and there was no way to protect it. This was a primitive source vein and it wasn't man-made. However, Yi Fan didn't think it was so simple. If the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed themselves in the divine source, then he could think of more. There were 9 dragon veins here, and there were at least 9 pieces of divine source. If there were terrifying creatures sealed in all of them, did they know each other? In the distant past, could it be that the 9 terrifying ancient creatures knew each other and made the same choice? Zhang Wuya's ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, once said that only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. In the distant ancient times, those ancient creatures chose this place, and they dared to touch this general influence. Thinking further, Yi Fan thought of another terrifying result. There were tyrannical creatures from the primordial era who had already occupied this place. Did this mean that the Purple Mountain was also the same? If that was the case and there was a terrifying creature in each of the 9 dragon veins, what were they guarding? Only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. The great emperor of the human race was a latecomer, and when he appeared, other races had already occupied this place. Yes, according to this speculation, that great emperor had come too late. Everything is in the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan understood that the root of everything was ultimately concentrated in the Purple Mountain. Chapter 191. The pitch-black ancient mine was silent. Yi Fan stood there for a long time and thought about many things. In the end, he didn't change his mind and chose to move forward. He moved forward alone at a steady pace, observing everything around him. However, there were no more carvings on the rock walls. Everything just now was over. After moving forward for more than 30 miles, the soil suddenly became soft. When he stepped on it, the soles of his feet completely sank into it and turned gray. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. However, after walking for thousands of feet, he felt that it was getting colder and colder. The yin qi here was extremely heavy, like the north wind blowing snow on his body. When he stepped on a hard object and made a cracking sound, Yi Fan suddenly understood what kind of place he had come to. The gray on the ground was not ordinary soil but bone ashes. There were still bones that had not completely melted inside. The yin qi was emitted by these bone ashes. He was a cultivator, so he was not afraid. However, he had to think about how many human bones were needed to accumulate these bone ashes. Soon he thought of the peerless God source in this dragon vein. When it was born, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. Was it caused by that horrible creature from more than 100,000 years ago? Those source gatherers in the past all rested here. After walking for a long time, there was still no end to the gray bone ashes. There was a thick layer of them in the ancient mine. Crack. After walking for hundreds of meters, the bone ashes finally disappeared. Instead, there were dry bones everywhere. They had long decayed. With a light step, they would turn into ashes. Under the power of time, nothing could last long. At this place, the ancient mine was like an ice house. The cold air was like a knife scraping people's skin. No wonder the demon bats live here. As recorded in the ancient books, they like to live on the edge of the great ominous place. Yi Fan was on high alert. He didn't want to lose his life in the ancient mine before entering the Purple Mountain. Woo! The chilly wind whistled, shadows were indistinct, and in this pile of bones, hazy ghostly figures appeared one after another. They were very faint. Is there really such a thing? Yi Fan was surprised. He raised the stone knife in his hand and walked forward resolutely. This 2-foot-long ancient knife seemed to have the power to repel evil spirits. Those shadows all retreated. Voila! From the pile of bones in front of him came the sound of iron chains. Yi Fan's heart chilled as he felt a cold and gloomy baleful aura. He stuck close to the wall of the mine and silently moved forward. His aura was completely concealed by the stone clothes, so not a single drop leaked out. Just over 1,000 feet away, there was a pitch-black hole in the rock wall of the mine, and the sound of iron chains swaying was coming from it. That hole was extremely deep, and the bone-piercing coldness made one's heart tremble. It turned into a tangible substance and seeped out. When it came into contact with one's skin, one would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Yi Fan hurriedly put down the hood of the stone helmet, covering his eyes and face. In the depths of the black hole, there was an inaudible roar, accompanied by the sound of iron chains shaking, as if a ferocious creature had been locked up. One could clearly see that there were many ghostly shadows among the pile of bones. Following the roar, they shattered and turned into yin qi, which was then swallowed into the black hole. What is this thing? Yi Fan frowned. It was definitely not a good thing. It was probably a super ferocious creature. One had to know that many source gatherers and cultivators had died here more than 100,000 years ago. Blood flowed like rivers, and after so many years, it was normal for a ferocious spirit to be born. Who cares what it is as long as it doesn't block my way? He secretly estimated and felt that the ferocious creature wouldn't rush out. He carefully circled around it and continued walking into the depths of the mine. Perhaps this stone robe really does have some strange effects. I can't let anything dirty touch me. After a long distance, the pile of bones finally disappeared. The inside of the ancient mine was very dry, and there was nothing left. Yi Fan estimated the distance and found that he was about 35 miles deep. He probably wasn't too far from the Purple Mountain. After walking for another 4 or 5 miles, there was actually a flickering light in front of him. It was very gentle. This surprised Yi Fan. He had just walked past the pile of bones. In his opinion, he must have entered a place of great danger and would be even more dangerous. However, just a few miles away, there was a strong spiritual qi blowing over, making people feel peaceful. I just walked out of the pile of corpses and a pure land appeared? The cry of a crane came from ahead. This was not an illusion because he had really seen it. After walking for a few miles, a bright world appeared in front of him. The ancient mine was no longer dark. Soft light flowed and it was peaceful and holy. This is the aura of Source. Although it was bright, he couldn't see very far. The flowing mist blocked people's sight. Yi Fan was a little dazed. The mist was formed after the source was dissolved, and it was the vigorous essence of life. The essence of the spiritual source is overflowing. There must be a large amount of source here. Yi Fan searched but found nothing. Origin chi fluttered and colorful lights flowed. A crane spread its wings and soared in the ancient mine as if it didn't see him. This is... Yi Fan was quite surprised. Roar. Then he saw an earth dragon with a lizard body and dragon scales. It crawled by not far away and its huge body looked very heavy. Then a flock of fiery red birds flew by, flapping their wings, causing the air to surge violently. How can there be creatures? He was wearing a stone coat, so these creatures didn't feel his aura. He stood in the field in a daze. According to Yi Fan's understanding, this was a dead land and there couldn't be anything here, but he couldn't understand it. Origin chi. It's formed by origin chi. Yi Fan was suddenly shocked and said, there can't be such a creature underground. There is a source of God here. He thought of the legends he had heard in the stone village. Some source of God would turn into all kinds of strange creatures after it was leaked, running and roaring in the surroundings. He was suddenly excited. If he could find the source of God, it would be a great harvest. It was a treasure that even the Holy Land would fight for, and they would not hesitate to fall out with. Yi Fan held the stone knife in his hand, stood in front of him, and searched in the dense spirit chi. Crack. The sound of bones cracking came from under his feet. He frowned. There were so many bones in such a peaceful place. Hey, this is... Yi Fan was shocked. These bones couldn't have been left behind hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were very hard and had a flowing luster. He squatted down in the fog and carefully observed. He saw more than a dozen skeletons one after another. Some of the skeletons were thousands of years old, while some seemed to be only a few hundred years old. It seems that people have mistakenly entered this place over the years. Yi Fan was shocked. These people had died here. This peaceful place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Cranes, earth dragons, fiery red birds, and other creatures were circling and running everywhere. In addition, Yi Fan found many huge pits full of fossils and skeletons, all of which belonged to some strange primordial creatures. He felt that this place was very strange. He slowly moved forward in the ancient mine. After walking for more than a mile, he finally came to the place where the spirit chi was the densest. In addition, he felt a terrible killing intent here, and his heart was palpitating. Just in front of him, there were two bottomless holes. One was filled with spirit chi and Genesis chi was constantly rolling up, while the other was filled with a murderous aura. It was even more terrifying than the sharpest sword light, making people's hearts tremble. The two were very close to each other and around them there was silence. In Yang eyes, Yi Fan was really surprised. These two black holes were very similar to the yin-yang eyes in the Taiji diagram. If a circle was drawn around them, it would simply be a natural Taiji diagram. In fact, they were indeed operating like this. The hole that spewed Genesis chi was surrounded by bones and fossils, and the murderous aura was dense. The hole that shot out the murderous aura was surrounded by shining brilliance, and origin stones were everywhere. Carrying yin to embrace yang, carrying yang to embrace yin. This was completely a natural Taiji diagram, not artificially carved. This was the mighty power of nature. It contains the divine power of the great path. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family had repeatedly stressed that the general trend of this place could not be changed. One could know the general trend by looking at a spot, and one could know the coldness of winter by looking at the ice under the eaves. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had already seen such a landscape. One could imagine the horror of this place. It was indeed a natural Taiji diagram. Genesis chi and murderous aura flowed together, cutting off the front. In front of this natural Taiji diagram, Yi Fan saw many dry bones. He had to squat down to carefully observe them. If the ancestor of the Zhang family had died here, there was no need for him to continue forward. There were more than 20 dry bones in total. Judging from their bones, they had existed for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and all of them were pierced by the sword chi. Yi Fan picked up a dry bone and threw it at the natural Taiji diagram. Chi. Genesis chi and murderous aura flowed, forming thousands of sword chi. The dry bone was instantly turned into ashes. He used his divine power and tried to break the surrounding walls to find another way out. However, the god diagram had a spirit. Sword chi crisscrossed and slashed at it. The supreme power formed by nature made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. With such a god diagram blocking his way, how could he get past? It was simply invincible. Yi Fan carefully examined the bones on the ground. They should have been experts, but none of them could get past. They were all pierced and killed here. One of the bones even had specks of silver light. The bone structure was very special. It was obvious that it was a top expert, but it still couldn't escape the fate of death. Yi Fan searched carefully and found many broken weapons. He even found a jade pendant in front of a delicate skeleton. The two words Jade Pool were carved on it. This made his heart skip a beat. He searched carefully but there were no other relics, let alone the Jade Pool mantra that he needed. How do I get past? According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the ancestor of the Zhang family 1,000 years ago didn't have a very high cultivation level. He couldn't have gone far. Where he can reach, I should be able to reach too. Did he shatter here or did he enter inside? Yi Fan paced back and forth outside the Taiji diagram. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and gritted his teeth. He was ready to see if the cauldron could withstand such sword chi. Rumble. Suddenly he found an unusual phenomenon. The Taiji diagram was sometimes completely shrouded in murderous aura, and sometimes completely shrouded in Genesis chi. It wasn't always yin and yang circulating. Occasionally there would be solitary yin and solitary yang forming a single pole. Such sword chi was even more terrifying. The terrifying waves made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. However, at this time he found a trace of abnormality. Whenever there was a solitary yang, which was when the God Source hole erupted alone, his stone clothes and stone saber would glow. Chapter 192. His heart skipped a beat. This was the old skin of the Source of God. There was a subtle connection between the two. Maybe the sword chi formed by the Source of God won't shatter the stone clothes. With this thought, Yi Fan immediately took action. When the solitary sun was formed, the Source of God transformed into a shocking sword chi. He extended the stone knife. In an instant he felt a huge impact, like a raging river crashing against a wooden raft. The stone knife did not shatter, but it almost flew out of his hand. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. He sighed, the relationship between all living things is too mysterious. The sword energy formed by the peerless divine source is unstoppable, but it is harmless to the stone skin that wraps around it. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's lineage, no cultivator would know of such a restraining relationship. The divine diagram of nature, which even top cultivators could not do anything about, could be broken just like that. So, 1,000 years ago the ancestor of the Zhang clan really walked in. Yi Fan really hoped that the other party did not go too far. That way he could have a chance to find him. His life was the most important. This was his bottom line. If there was real danger he could only give up. He could fight for opportunities but not his life. In front of the divine diagram of nature, there was a thick layer of bone dust. Who knew how many cultivators had been crushed here over the years? As for the dozens of skeletons behind him, the fact that they could be preserved was enough to show how powerful they were. They were definitely peerless cultivators. Even the sword chi in the Tai Chi diagram could not shatter them. I remember that many of the skeletons in the Bronze Divine Palace had a jade-like luster, and there is one here. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the silver skeleton. He could not calm down. That was definitely a peerless cultivator from the Eastern Barren Territory, but he died here. He was very shocked. Sometimes just having great power is not enough. I need the right method. Yi Fan waited for half an hour until the solitary sun reappeared. He took off the stone clothes and tried again. Finally he was sure that he could pass. Below this place there is a source of God. Unfortunately, it has formed the divine diagram of nature. I can't even dig it up. An hour later, Yi Fan adjusted himself to his peak state and prepared to cross the terrifying divine map. I wonder what kind of place lies behind this divine map. It should be at the bottom of the Purple Mountain, right? The instant the solitary sun rose, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The exceptional sword chi was resplendent and shot from the extreme of yang to the extreme of yin, enveloping the entire divine diagram. Tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. However, when it came into contact with Shi, the sword chi turned into a ripple and did not penetrate it. The rock skin of the Source of God really did have a spiritual nature. It emitted a gentle holy light and protected Yi Fan safely. Whoosh! He passed through the wave-like curtain of light and came to the other side. He crashed into the stone wall with a bang. At the end of the ancient mine, there was a purple stone wall blocking the way. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan knew that he had finally arrived at the bottom of the Purple Mountain. After looking around for a while, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He took out the golden book and split open the purple boulder, walking deeper. He was surprised to find that as he moved forward, the tunnel behind him closed quickly. The Purple Mountain seemed to be alive, and the broken parts were quickly restored. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He went back and soon rushed out again. It's not as bad as I thought. In the end, along the way, Yi Fan left many imprints of his divine sense as a mark. He continued to dig into the Purple Mountain and moved forward. Boom. After the last loud sound, his vision became hazy. In front of him there were azure jade stairs and white jade doors. A magnificent building appeared. He finally arrived at his destination and entered the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan did not act rashly. He quietly sensed here and did not sense any fluctuations of life. Then he went up the stairs. This was a cave residence carved in the Purple Mountain. He walked up the azure jade stairs and entered the white jade door. It was very quiet, as cold as the Moon Palace. There are 9 dragon veins in total, which means there should be 9 entrances to the Purple Mountain. In addition, there must be a living primordial creature inside. The divine source recorded in the ancient mind should be here. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. That creature from hundreds of thousands of years ago was too terrifying and powerful. Only a great emperor could suppress it. This palace was empty. There was nothing left. It was all carved out of ancient jade. There was not a word left behind. Yi Fan took out the emperor jade he had obtained and hung it on his body like a jade pendant. It should not have any bad effects. The palaces and pavilions were all carved out of ancient jade. They could be called exquisite jade palaces. Yi Fan walked around but did not find anything strange. Finally, he saw more than 10 blood jade stairs at the end of this building. They led to a deep cave residence. This exquisite jade palace is just a door. This is the passage to the depths of the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan walked forward. After a short distance, he suddenly saw a line of words on the purple stone wall. Divine King Jiang Taishu entered the Demon Mountain by mistake and decided to take a look. Yi Fan was quite shocked. A divine king of the East Wilderness had actually been here and walked in. His surname is Jiang. He is most likely from the Jiang family of the remote antiquity. These words were written with great force and contained a kind of Tao realm. It made one feel as if the aura of a god was circulating, as if a god king was standing before them. This is probably a divine king of the East Wilderness. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He muttered to himself, otherwise he would not have been able to force his way through the naturally formed divine map with absolute strength. Yi Fan caressed the words with his hand and felt that they were carved at least 4,000 years ago. He took a few steps forward and saw another line of words. It was carved. Rogue cultivator Li Mu explored the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was surprised. This line of words should be even older. Looking at the gray marks, it must have existed for at least 10,000 years. This is definitely a powerful rogue cultivator. 5 steps away, a line of delicate words was like a lotus in the water. It was fresh as if it was alive. Jade Lake Saintess Yang Yi is looking for Zhang Lin. She stayed before entering the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was very surprised. Even the Jade Lake Saintess had been here before. Zhang Lin. Isn't the first ancestor of the Zhang family called Zhang Lin? Yi Fan was tongue-tied. The Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with Jade Lake, and the Saintess was his confidant. Could it be the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago? Yi Fan sighed in his heart. That Saintess traveled all over the northern region and finally disappeared. Unexpectedly she came here. She was loyal to the Yuan Taoist master. What a pity. Yi Fan did not know what happened to the divine King Jiang Taishu and the rogue cultivator Gu Tianshu, but he was sure that the Saintess did not come out. Otherwise she would not have disappeared. He said, "You built a cenotaph for Zhang Lin. Who built a tombstone for you?" After walking 40 or 50 steps forward, Yi Fan saw more than 30 lines of words. Some of them were very old and had disappeared in the East Wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Among them, the oldest line of words was even engraved with an age. After careful calculation, it was more than 70,000 years ago. Finally, Yi Fan saw a line of words that were not deeply engraved. It was obvious that the person's cultivation was not strong enough to be compared to others. This kind of engraving can't be too old. Yi Fan looked at it carefully. It was clearly written, after the Yuan Taoist master Zhang Lin, Zhang Jia left it before entering Mount Emperor. Only he called this mountain Emperor Mountain. The others called it Devil Mountain. Yes, it's him. Yi Fan was sure that it was Zhang Wuya's ancestor. This kind of engraving was about 1,000 years old. His cultivation is really not high. I hope he doesn't go too far. Otherwise I can only retreat. Seeing that the words left by these people all contained Taoist connotation, Yi Fan knew that this place was more terrible than he had imagined. He had a feeling that these strong people did not come out alive. They all died inside. In these endless years, a total of 37 people have left their engravings here. After careful comparison, Yi Fan thought that the person named Gu Tianshu from 70,000 years ago was the most powerful, followed by the divine King Jiang Taishu from 4,000 years ago. Gu Qianshu's engravings have been left for 70,000 years, but the Taoist connotation is still lingering. I really don't know how terrifying he was. He was even stronger than the Divine King. However, he was not so shocked because Crazy Ol was such a person. He had killed a Divine King in the advanced level. The Peacock King said it himself, so it should not be false. The third strongest among them was Yang Yi, the Jade Lake Saint. Those words seemed to have a life of their own, swaying like lotus flowers. The weakest was naturally Zhang Jia. He was an origin-seeking master. The others entered with their own strength, but he entered with his stone clothes. Zhang Jia, brother Zhang, don't go too far. Both of us came in through trickery. Hurry up and let me find you. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Many strong people called this place the Demon Mountain. He did not think that he could be stronger than them. The only thing that makes me feel at ease is that brother Zhang's cultivation is really not that great. I'll be fine as long as I can be stronger than him. The Purple Cave residence had a complicated terrain. It looked like a natural cave, but it also looked like an ancient mine left behind from the excavation of the source vein. Inside the Purple Mountain, misty purple splendor flowed. It was not very dim, but it gave people a feeling of haziness. Yi Fan walked forward, passing by several abandoned mines. For some reason he felt his heart palpitate more and more. Right in the depths of the Purple Mountain, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic power summoning him. He could not resist it and could not help but walk in a certain direction. How could this be? Yi Fan bit his lips to keep himself awake. At the same time, he activated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scripture. What on earth is inside this Purple Mountain? At that moment, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients showed its extraordinariness. The green lotus in his body swayed, and the 3 leaves seemed to give birth to all things. They emitted a mysterious splendor that shrouded Yi Fan. At the same time, spots of light flowed on the stone clothes, showing its spirituality. The demonic summoning suddenly weakened. It's over. Brother Zhang from 1,000 years ago must have been summoned inside. It's going to be harder for me to find the tome of the origin of heaven. A bad feeling rose in Yi Fan's heart, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. That kind of demonic power, could it be emitted by a primordial creature? The Purple Cave residence had countless caves that were very irregular. Yi Fan almost got lost, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward for a while. He hoped that Zhang Jia's strength was weak and that he could not go far. At that moment, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of sufferings appeared on its own for some reason. It accompanied him and shrouded him in a misty fog. It seems that I've entered a place of great evil. My body was stimulated and this is why I reacted like this. Not long after, Yi Fan found 7 skeletons in a row. All of them shone with a jade-like luster. It was obvious that they were left by peerless powerhouses. Without exception, the cause of their deaths was the same. There were clear finger holes in their skulls. They were killed with a single blow and their consciousness was shattered. This is... Yi Fan turned around and left. Over the endless years, a total of 37 people had entered this place. 7 of them had died here, and this was only the periphery. It was too dangerous. He came here to fight for opportunities, not to risk his life. Zhang Jia's cultivation is low. Why haven't I seen his corpse? The bones with the jade-like luster can't be him. Suddenly, the demonic summoning power became stronger. Yi Fan quickly ran back. There's no need to run. You're safe for now. An abrupt voice rang in Yi Fan's ears, shocking him. Who are you? The voice came from another direction. It was not the demonic power in the depths of the Purple Mountain. It was extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. Speak. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. Divine King. Jiang Taishu. The weak voice was almost inaudible. It was not coherent at all. However, in Yi Fan's ears, these 5 words were as deafening as heavenly thunder. A large success, Divine King, he was still alive. Chapter 193. Taishu referred to the appearance of the Tao. The Tao was grand and empty and also referred to the Great Way. Using these 2 words as a name showed that he was indeed bold. If he had such strength, it would be even more awe-inspiring. Divine King Jiang Taishu. These 5 words were like thunder in the sky, shaking people's souls and leaving Yi Fan in a daze. He really couldn't believe that there was a living cultivator here, and an advanced divine king at that. 4,000 years. He thought of the carvings on the outside. They were probably left 4,000 years ago. According to ancient records, after a divine king reached the advanced divine king level, he could live for thousands of years. His vitality was extremely long, and it was difficult for him to die. Yes, that's it. Yi Fan instantly understood. This was an advanced divine king, and he indeed had the ability to live for 4,000 years. After a divine body matured, he could live for a long time, enough to protect a family for thousands of years, and reach an extremely prosperous state. I met an Eastern Wilderness divine king. Yifan was extremely shocked. This was a true peerless figure. If the Jiang family knew that a member of their family was here, and an advanced divine king at that, they would definitely go crazy and use all their power to rescue him. This is really unbelievable. This showed how terrifying the Purple Mountain was. An Eastern Wilderness divine king was trapped here, suffering for so long and still unable to escape. You, come here? The old voice was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. Yifan found his direction, walked along the winding cave and stopped after a dozen steps. He said, "Senior, where are you?" "I'm in front." Divine King Jiang Taishu responded weakly. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yifan stood still and sent a telepathic message in the cave. However, there was only silence in the depths of the cave. There was no response for a long time. "Senior, what's wrong?" After an hour, the weak voice came again. I'm like a lamp that's out of oil. I can't keep using telepathy." Even a powerful divine king would find it hard to endure after being trapped for 4,000 years. If it were any other cultivator, they would have already turned to dust and decayed for thousands of years. "Your realm is?" Divine King Jiang Taishu asked. "The Nirvana realm," Yifan thought for a while and answered truthfully. "You imitated the ancient sages and cultivated a single secret realm?" the Eastern Wilderness divine king asked. "I have only cultivated for 4 years. I don't know how to cultivate a single secret realm. Now I am only in the normal Nirvana realm." A heavy sigh rang out, seemingly filled with incomparable despair, as though all of the divine king's strength had been sucked away. He did not speak for a long time, not saying anything. "Senior, are you all right?" Yifan asked. After another hour, the other party seemed to have accumulated enough strength. He was extremely disappointed, and his voice was lonely and lifeless as he said, "You are too weak." Yifan didn't know how to respond. How could he compare to a god king who had reached the great perfection realm? Since ancient times, there were not many people who could not lower their heads. "Your cultivation is so weak. How did you get in?" Divine King Jiang Taishu was puzzled. "I was wearing a special stone robe and was lucky enough to walk in. 8,000 years ago. Just like that person." "Senior, you have seen that person. Where did he go?" Yifan asked. He had come for the book of source of heavenly scripture. He had wanted to give up, but now he had hope again. "He died, in the depths of the demonic mountain." Jiang Taishu's words were intermittent. It was difficult to have a formal conversation with him, and he had to wait for a while for every sentence. "Can I get there?" Yifan asked. "I don't know." The Eastern Wilderness divine king did not want to say more. Every sentence would burn a part of his energy, and every response was the briefest of words. During this process, Yifan looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The Book of Source of Heavenly Scripture was a rare and precious book, but the divine king of the Jiang family was a living ancient scripture, and he had mastered all kinds of supreme secret techniques. Used 4 years, to cultivate to the Nirvana realm, not too fast or too slow. Divine King Jiang Taishu muttered to himself. Yifan thought of something and said, "In fact, if I can cultivate the most powerful heart technique, the time can be greatly shortened." The weak divine king did not respond. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and there was no more sound. This time, a full 6 hours passed before Jiang Taishu spoke again. He said, "Come forward. I'll teach you." These 6 words seemed to have sucked away the last of his strength, and he fell silent again after he finished speaking. Under normal circumstances, no one could stand it. It was easy to lose one's patience and only speak after such a long time. However, Yifan was very calm and he waited patiently. He hesitated for a moment and then strode forward. On the purple rocks, there were spots of hazy brilliance flowing. The inside of the Purple Mountain was not dark, but it was not bright either. At best, it was only hazy. The ground was very uneven and full of potholes. Yifan walked along the winding passage from an abandoned cave to another ancient mine. On the rock walls of the ancient mine, many stone bones were faintly discernible, and it was a shocking sight. Yes, many fossils of creatures from the primordial age had merged with the Purple Mountain. Yifan walked 1,000 feet in the ancient mine and came to the end. In front of him, a purple wall was very smooth like crystal jade, and it was so bright that one could see one's reflection. This place was spacious and empty. It was completely silent and he was the only one standing there. "Senior, are you here?" Yi Fan searched but didn't find anything. In front of him, the purple jade wall was bright and clean, and it clearly reflected his figure. However, at this moment he felt a chill down his spine. In the purple jade wall, there was not only his figure, but also another tall and ferocious figure, with a single horn between its eyebrows, 6 arms under its shoulders, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered with fine scales. Yi Fan felt a chill on his scalp. He quickly dodged and then turned around to look. However, there was nothing behind him and there was nothing. Under normal circumstances, you can't see it. The old voice of the Divine King came from the rock wall. Yi Fan turned around to look at the purple jade wall, and found that the humanoid creature was particularly ghastly and ferocious, with a wide mouth and sharp teeth, still standing behind him. Formless evil thoughts. Except for the jade wall, it can't reflect, Jiang Taishu said with difficulty. It took him a long time to finish saying a few dozen words, and Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of it. This was the formless evil thoughts sent by the primordial creature, and it could automatically lock onto living beings. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the creature had not woken up yet. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this creature. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had seen its figure in the stone carvings, piously kneeling by the source of God, and fiercely powerful when facing humans. "Senior, where are you?" "In the rock." Beside the purple jade wall at the end of the ancient mine, there was a rough rock wall, and Jiang Taishu's voice came from it. "I'll teach you one move and see how your comprehension is." The voice of the Divine King of the Eastern Wilderness was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Fan calmed his mind and stood there for a full 4 hours. Suddenly, a withered figure appeared in the rock wall. Yes, through the rough rock wall, a shadow was clearly outlined and its bones could be seen clearly. It was not much better than a skeleton. Its long hair was longer than its body, trailing behind its skinny body. It only made a strange posture and then it fell on its back. Yi Fan was shocked. The reflection of the opponent through the wall was not the real body, but it made him feel a sense of Tao. At the same time, a very short mnemonic formula was transmitted into his heart, which was difficult and profound. The withered figure in the rock wall had long disappeared, and it was rough and uneven. Yi Fan stepped back dozens of feet, holding the Bodhi bead in his hand, silently experiencing this strange posture, and then seriously comprehending and cultivating it. In just a short moment, Yi Fan's attention was completely drawn to it. This was an extremely terrifying attack technique, its power strangely great. It was not limited to fists and fingers, nor was it limited to leg techniques. It could attack anywhere on the body, and every inch of skin could burst out terrible power. What kind of secret method is this? Yi Fan was shocked. This method was very strange but extremely horrifying. His body was as hard as divine iron, and if he cultivated this method, it would be even more horrifying. This attack method was too suitable for him. However, this seemed to be just a starting posture and not complete. Even so, Yi Fan had a glimpse of its mystery, and the subsequent development would definitely be earth-shattering. The starting posture is already so horrifying. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that this must be a supreme secret method. In the next few days, he cultivated diligently, silently comprehending, and found it more and more profound. Is this the precious secret method recorded in the Jiang family's ancient scriptures? Yi Fan felt that this secret method must have a great origin. He was seriously lacking in offensive methods. Although he cultivated 3 supreme secret methods, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ole's footwork, and the Great Void technique, they were not good at attacking, and this secret method just happened to make up for his current shortcomings. As for the Grand Palm of Void, he only had an incomplete form, and it was difficult for him to exert its true power. While comprehending the starting posture of this secret method, Yi Fan was surprised to find that another secret method in his body was running on its own. He was wild with joy. One of the 9 secrets obtained in the Taishin Humble Peak could increase one's combat strength by 10 times, and now it was running on its own. He suddenly thought that what Jiang Taishu taught him was not the Jiang family's ancient scriptures, but one of the 9 secrets. It was said that when these 9 secret methods were used together, they would promote each other, become smoother, and their power would soar. What he taught me was the starting posture. If I get the complete secret method, how strong will my attack be? The power of the 9 secrets was so strong that it was said to have aroused the jealousy of the heavens. Countless years ago, it was broken up and scattered all over the world. Since then, it had never been gathered again and some had been completely lost. Jiang Taishu, the Divine King, has mastered one of these secret methods, and it is an offensive method. Yi Fan was extremely excited. Although the mnemonic formula was profound, it was very short. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan had studied it for 7 days straight, and had basically mastered the starting posture. However, the divine king of the eastern wilderness seemed to have passed away, and there was no sound from him anymore. He tried to communicate with him several times, but there was no response. These days Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. The demonic calling in the depths of the Purple Mountain was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if his body did not belong to him and it wanted to answer the call. Chapter 194. For half a month, Divine King Jiang did not make a sound. It was as if he had passed away in a sitting position on the rock wall. Yi Fan had fully comprehended the starting gesture and found it more and more mysterious. The power of the attack shocked him. He vaguely felt that if it was a complete secret method, its power would be above the giant palm of void. This was a supreme attack technique, the Battle Saint technique. On the 17th day, Divine King Jiang Taishu woke up and said in a weak voice, "Have you comprehended it? Senior, you are finally awake." Yi Fan let out a long sigh. His opponent was not in a good state and could die at any time. He said, "I have mastered the first step." "Do it." Jiang Taishu wanted to see the result. Yi Fan did not hold back. His body moved with the magical method and he made the starting gesture. At this moment he could not help but feel a strong desire to fight through the sky. All this was because of this supreme secret method. It changed people's temperament as if they were possessed by the god of war. A strong force suddenly surged out. "Very good," Jiang Taishu said with satisfaction when he saw that Yi Fan was able to hold back this horrible attack. "Senior, what can I do to help you?" He felt that Jiang Taishu must have something to ask of him when he taught him the secret method. Jiang Taishu seemed regretful and said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan did not say anything and quietly waited for the other to speak. Swish. On the rough rock wall, a withered figure appeared again. Its ribs were everywhere and its legs were as thin as firewood. It was a shadow without any flesh or blood. The shadow continued to make various gestures, and at the same time, a pithy formula was transmitted into Yi Fan's mind. The gestures were so fast that it was dazzling. Although there was no fluctuation of divine power, Yi Fan felt a terrible pressure. Jiang Taishu was really like a god. Even though it was only a shadow, countless halos appeared on the rock wall and enveloped him. At this moment, everything else was ignored. Even the demonic calling from the depths of the Purple Mountain seemed to have suddenly weakened to the extreme. Jiang Taishu's shadow reflected on the stone wall had an imposing aura of supremacy. This kind of battle intent made people tremble. He was simply the incarnation of a battle saint. This was the first time that Yi Fan was so surprised. He was completely shocked by this secret technique. If his spiritual sense wasn't strong enough, if he didn't have the Bodhi seed in his hand, he wouldn't have been able to fully grasp it. This kind of supreme secret technique was extremely complicated. The offensive technique was endless, and every inch of flesh and blood was the most powerful weapon. In the end, Jiang Taishu's body became slower and slower, and the complicated changes suddenly became simple. Thousands of changes became one, the Great Way was simplified, and all attacks were gathered in one technique. His withered body turned from complexity to simplicity. His entire being was like the great Tao had given birth to one, eternally unchanging, condensing there. All changes are methods, and the final convergence is the origin. Yi Fan looked at the frozen figure. His physical body actually felt like it was about to collapse. His soul was also not stable, as though it was about to dissipate. This is too terrible. He didn't spit out his divine power but only showed his form. It's already unbearable. It's really the Battle Saint technique. I'm afraid it's difficult to find such an offensive technique in the world. This kind of supreme secret technique actually has only one move. Returning to the origin, it can develop all kinds of techniques. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and felt it in his heart. Boom. The opponent seemed to have heard Yi Fan's thoughts. The rough stone wall shook for a while, and the shadow fixed on it suddenly fell down. Yi Fan silently recited the formula of this secret technique in his heart. It was generally not long but it was very difficult. Images emerged in front of his eyes, and Jiang Taishu's every move was replayed in his heart. The supreme secret technique of attack. Yi Fan used his body to make seals, and the changes were ever-changing. At first, he imitated Jiang Taishu but in the end he slowly grasped the essence, and only developed the wonderful state of returning to the origin. After grasping its essence, the form would appear on its own, and it could transform into thousands of forms. After grasping the essence, all other forms could appear. Yi Fan was in a wonderful state. 10 days had passed and he had been immersed in it. His body moved like a dream. He was using his body to make seals. Not just hand seals, but every inch of his flesh and blood was a part of the Taoist seal. His whole person was like Taishu, like the appearance of the Taoist, and he wanted to show the invisible great way into a tangible form. Finally, his heart trembled and an everlasting figure emerged. The ever-changing forms became one, and the only form was formed. One form summed up the whole secret technique. This was the Battle Saint technique. Only then did Yi Fan completely wake up. He suddenly understood that this secret technique was focused on killing, and had unparalleled offensive power regardless of other aspects. It didn't mean that he had completely mastered this secret technique, but he understood its essence, knew how to cultivate it and how to improve it. The divine king of a generation personally evolved it, which was a great help to him. He saw the origin of the secret technique, grasped its essence and firmly imprinted the form of unity. Sooner or later he could fully master it and derive his own means of attack. The 9 secrets were mysterious and powerful, and each secret technique was earth-shattering. The secret technique obtained in Taishin Humble Peak could superimpose combat power 10 times, which could be regarded as an unparalleled technique. If it was exerted, any opponent would tremble. The secret technique passed down by Divine King Jiang had extremely terrifying attack power, and it was difficult to surpass it. Yi Fan thought that even the Grand Palm of the Void couldn't compare with it. In this way, the 9 secret techniques contained in the 9 secrets are probably the ultimate combination. If I can master them all, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan had been cultivating in the ancient mind for many days, but he still didn't see Divine King Jiang Taishu wake up. His heart sank and he felt that Jiang Taishu might really be at the end of his rope. What did it mean to suffer for 4,000 years? On the other side of the starry sky, 2,000 years could be traced back to the Qin and Han dynasties. It was easy to say that 4,000 years had passed, but if one thought about it carefully, the world had turned into mulberry fields and the years were long. Who knew how many dynasties had risen and fallen in the world? Yi Fan had been guarding against Divine King Jiang. After all, he had experienced too many dangers since he came to this world. At this moment, Divine King Jiang was silent. He could only sigh and silently bow to the rock wall. He had no time to waste. The Purple Mountain was full of unknowns. It was a place of great danger and he couldn't stay for long. Yi Fan left the ancient mine and came to a vast cave residence. He hesitated for a while. Should he just leave? He was a little unwilling. He didn't get the Book of Source Heaven that he needed the most. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, the summoning power was getting stronger, which made him feel very uneasy. Why didn't the great emperor kill them hundreds of thousands of years ago? What did he want to do? Zhang Jia called this place Mount Emperor, and others called it Devil Mountain. Is there something else? After thinking for a while, Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. According to Jiang Taishu, the danger hadn't really arrived yet. Maybe he could go forward for a while. He decided to fight for the last time. He walked hundreds of meters into the depths of the Purple Mountain. The stone clothes on his body were overflowing with light. He suddenly thought of something. Was there a divine source? The cave was deep and led to an open ancient mine. Here, his stone clothes kept shining, and the stone knife and stone star plate were also flowing with light. This is such rich source qi. Yi Fan was shocked. There must be a lot of source qi in the depths of this ancient mine. The power of the demonic summoning was in another direction, not in this ancient mine. He walked forward boldly with confidence. This time he walked for more than 2 kilometers before he reached the depths of the mine. Specks of light came from the front, and a holy aura greeted him. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He actually saw a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus out of the water, flawless and elegant. In front of him there was a huge source qi. It was 2 meters high and it was sealed in it. It was shining brightly. The woman's beautiful eyes were closed and she was motionless. She was like a sleeping beauty, extremely serene. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. The creature sealed in the source qi was actually seen like this. It really made him uneasy. The first thing he thought of was to retreat. He wanted to leave this place before the other party woke up. However, why didn't he feel any dangerous fluctuations? The powerful demonic power came from the depths of the Purple Mountain. It didn't come from here. Yi Fan adjusted his body to the best state. He was ready to take out the myriad qi cauldron at any time. 2 of the 9 secrets divine techniques were also activated. He looked at the jade body and the huge source qi. The first thing he stared at was the slender jade hand. He would never forget the stone carvings he saw in the mine. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the immemorial creature, a slender jade hand stretched out from the divine source qi. It was very gentle and beautiful. It's too similar. This jade hand, every finger is crystal clear like a spring onion. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Am I so unlucky to see her all of a sudden? Yi Fan slowly stepped back. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. It should be known that even the great emperor used an extreme weapon to suppress the divine source qi. One could imagine how terrifying the creature in it was. Yi Fan took a dozen steps back, but the divine source qi was still silent. There was no reaction and the woman was motionless. No, as powerful as she is, how can there be no fluctuations? He was full of puzzlement. In the ancient mind the source qi was surging. It was very peaceful, without the slightest evil spirit or killing intent. This doesn't look like an immemorial creature. Why is it the same as a human? Yi Fan was surprised. The woman in the source qi didn't have the characteristics of a monster. She was a great beauty that could topple a city. Was she sealed by the great emperor more than 100,000 years ago? By now Yi Fan was no longer afraid. He was so close to the divine source qi. If the other party was aware, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. If the other party was unaware, then it was very likely that his great opportunity had arrived. Such a large piece of source qi was definitely priceless and rarely seen in the world. Yi Fan stopped retreating. Instead, he walked forward and came closer to take a closer look. Colorful mist surged and Genesis qi overflowed. The huge source qi was hazy around it. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't look like the legendary divine source qi." Crack. Yi Fan wasn't surprised to step on a bone knife. What really made his expression change was that there was a humanoid creature lying beside the huge source qi. Damn it, I won the lottery. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was definitely an immemorial creature. Its body was covered in silver scales and it had wings on its back. There was a horn between its eyebrows and it had 6 arms. Chapter 195. The creature's body was covered in silver scales. It lay there motionlessly. Its body was more than 2 meters long, and its muscles bulged with power. It's already dead. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He flipped it over with the stone knife so that its face was facing up. It was similar to a human's. If not for the fine scales, this creature could be called a handsome man. There was definitely more than one such creature in the Purple Mountain. That was because the formless evil thoughts gathered around him looked like this. At least one of them was still alive. Yi Fan found a broken stone tablet under the silver creature. The broken pieces were pieced together to form the words, "Those who move without permission will die." The rest was indistinguishable. He was alarmed. This was human handwriting. The ancient creature died because of it. What did it move without permission? Was it the source in front of him? Upon closer inspection, he found that the 6-armed creature had indeed struggled back from the source block and died a violent death in the end. The source block can be fatal. Source qi flowed. The place was peaceful. Yi Fan stood up and sized up the giant source block. It was 2 meters tall and probably weighed thousands of kilograms. Although this source block was colorful, it was not a divine source. It was just a very pure treasure source. However, this size was definitely rare in the world. No, the stone clothes on my body are glowing. As he approached the source block, the armor on his body flickered continuously. Yi Fan walked around the origin block and found that there were quite a few cracks. There were specks of light inside and they were extremely mysterious like stars in the sky. There are fragments of the divine source inside. Yi Fan raised the stone knife in front of him. It immediately blossomed with auspicious light like a rare treasure knife. Yes, someone sealed the fragments of the divine source inside. He was shocked and carefully observed the woman inside the source block. She was very peaceful, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Yi Fan sighed. This should be a corpse that had lost its vitality long ago. Although it was vivid and lifelike, it could not hide the fact that life had passed away. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a jade pendant that was also sealed in the source block. It was half hidden by the skirt and hard to see if one did not pay attention. Ancient creatures. Also like this kind of jade ornament? He frowned. All the signs pointed to a human. Suddenly Yi Fan's heart shook. He saw something else in the source block. Among the fragments of the divine source block, there were several strands of red hair. Red hair. He shuddered. On the night of the Zhang family first ancestor disappearance, a red hair whirled on the ground. The strange creature roared for a long time. The child that accompanied Heavenly Master Origin was scared silly. At that time he saw one of first ancestor's hands covered in red hair. Thinking of this, Yi Fan shivered. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, He had seen the carvings left behind by the strong people. There were not many names belonging to women. When he thought of this, Yi Fan shuddered. When he entered Mount Purple, he saw the marks left behind by the strong people. There were not many female names. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. He took a few steps back and carefully searched through this ancient mine, wishing to find some clues. Very soon he found some words on the wall. Zhang Jie paid his respects. 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family came here. Yi Fan's heart lit up. He felt that he wasn't far from the heavenly book of source. The ancient creatures had all died here, but Yi Fan didn't touch this source block. Many thoughts popped up in his mind. The fate of the Yuan Taoist master. When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If I become the Yuan Taoist master, will an inauspicious event happen in my later years? Yi Fan had walked very far, but this shadow still lingered in his heart. The summoning of the demonic nature was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Yi Fan walked for more than a mile in the Purple Mountain and finally made a big discovery. He saw a broken stone pendant that was exactly the same as the one he had on him. At the same time, light flowed around Yi Fan's body. The stone knife shone brightly, and the astrolabe was dazzling. Silently, a group of people walked out of an abandoned mine, neat and tidy, not disorderly at all. They were sinister people and sinister horses. They were cold as if they had walked out of the netherworld. So many of these things have formed. Like ghosts, they quickly surrounded him, silently surrounding him. Everyone's faces were pale and bloodless. There were no signs of life. There was only a strange flow of energy. Ever since he knew how to cultivate, Yi Fan had seriously pondered about the so-called ghosts. He felt that they were temporarily formed by the field energy of people after they died. After a long time, they would naturally disappear. Too many people died here hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid there will be many of these things. Yi Fan wasn't worried. He wasn't afraid of these things. As long as they weren't ancient creatures, everything was fine. Poof. He waved the stone knife, and the sinister people and horses that surrounded him quickly dispersed. The stone skin of the source block was indeed a natural antidote to evil. Suddenly an ear-piercing scream rang out. In this lonely Purple Mountain, it was especially frightening. Anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Not far away, a shadow rushed over like a ghost. It was a woman with disheveled hair. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and was heading straight for Yi Fan. Clang. The woman knocked away the stone knife with great force. She is. He was shocked to find that the woman's body was very solid, as if she had a physical body. Why is there everything in the Purple Mountain? This woman had been nourished by the yin energy in the Purple Mountain and had grown to a certain level. Chi. Yi Fan took out a 5-colored flame from the cauldron and flicked it out. In an instant, she screamed miserably and turned into ashes on the spot. He strode forward and entered the abandoned mine. A bone-piercing chill rushed over. This was an ice cellar with ice everywhere. Senior Zhang Jie, you won't die here, will you? Not long after entering, Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This mine was connected to the yin vein. In the deepest part, he saw densely packed sinister people and horses wriggling. There were no skeletons, which meant that Zhang Jie had not died here. Yi Fan directly took out the cauldron and shot out the 5-colored flame to burn all the sinister people and horses. These otherworldly items were clearly not mature and had a limited time to form. However, he was very uneasy. Many people had died here more than 100,000 years ago. There might be many sinister people in the depths of the Purple Mountain who had taken shape for many years. With this connection, he felt that things were not good. Other than the primordial creatures, there might be other ghosts. Yi Fan moved forward for another li and saw a broken stone knife and a shattered astrolabe. Senior Zhang Jie, your cultivation level is not high. How did you go so far? He complained in his heart. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled and propped up a green screen of light outside his body. What's there? He felt something behind him and quickly turned around. In an ancient mine dozens of meters away, a colossal creature was staring at him coldly. Its lower body was that of a snake as thick as a water tank and dozens of meters long. Its upper body was that of a human with black fur half a foot long. Its arms were very long and its palms were covered in black fur. Can you understand me? Yi Fan was on guard. Boom. This unknown creature rushed over and grabbed Yi Fan's throat with its hands like pincers. Its strength was so great that it felt like a mountain was about to crush him. Yi Fan dodged to the side and slashed with the stone knife. Sparks flew everywhere as if he had slashed at iron and stone. In the distance, an evil wind surged and a mournful cry was heard. A strange bird rushed over. It had no feathers and was covered in scales. Unfortunately, its body was too big and could not spread its wings to fly. It could only run on the ground. Its huge body, which was more than 10 meters long, rushed through the cave, leaving behind a rumbling sound. Damn, a primordial creature. Yi Fan had seen the fossil of this creature in the mine. It did not attack the snake monster. The two creatures combined and chased after him. In the end, they were alarmed. The powerful killing intent surged like a tide and chased relentlessly. The power was so violent that it was frightening. Fortunately, it's not a pure humanoid creature. Yi Fan felt their killing intent. Through the killing intent, he understood a fact. The primordial creatures that were alarmed could not live for long. If they were not in the origin, they would soon decay. As long as the origin was broken, it would be useless even if they hid. It seems that only creatures that were accidentally sealed during the formation of the origin can survive until now. These two monsters were like two evil gods. Their killing intent was monstrous and they wanted to kill Yi Fan immediately. However, there were too many caves in the Purple Mountain. Some were very narrow and it was very difficult for them to pass through, which seriously reduced their speed. Boom! A mountain-toppling power slammed towards Yi Fan. This kind of power was ridiculously strong and could practically split mountains and rivers. When he saw the creature behind him, his expression changed. The six-armed humanoid creature appeared. It was the existence that condensed the invisible evil intent beside him. Its whole body was shining with silver light, like a burning flame. Yi Fan had no choice but to take out the cauldron, put himself in it and quickly rushed forward. Bang! The huge power was incomparable. The myriad chi cauldron was sent flying. It passed through more than 10 ancient mines and the cave walls were like tofu. Roar! That long roar made people's hearts jump. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan had a layer of goosebumps on his body. This monster was too strong. That terrifying attack just now was really unstoppable. If not for the myriad chi cauldron, he would have been smashed to pieces. I finally saw the horror of the primordial creatures. Yi Fan moved forward on the cauldron. He found that as he approached the center of the Purple Mountain, the demonic summoning became more and more intense. Bang! The silver creature caught up and sent out a palm from far away. The myriad chi cauldron buzzed and trembled, and once again, it passed through more than 10 ancient mines. At this time, the Purple Mountain was no longer calm. A few more mournful cries came out, and they were even more terrifying than the six-armed creature. Even though Yi Fan was hiding in the cauldron, his soul felt like it was about to collapse, which made his heart tremble. How can it be so strong? At the same time, in the deepest part of the Purple Mountain, the demonic summoning suddenly increased by 10 times. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan wanted to rush in that direction. How can this be? An oppressive aura spread out, and the summoning power increased by several times. Now Yi Fan found that he could not resist it anymore. He could not control his body and he wanted to respond to the summoning. Dong! Suddenly a long bell rang. It was like the sound of nature and it calmed the restless Purple Mountain instantly. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the creature in the exceptional god source, the weapon he took out was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky. Yi Fan moved as soon as he heard the bell, and he rushed forward like lightning. The primordial creature behind him actually stopped and did not chase after him. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed into a spacious cauldron, which was like a huge hall. It was very vast, and this was where the bell had stopped. After careful observation, it was indeed a spacious hall, but it was so big that it was no different from a public square. A skeleton. He first found a human skeleton, and there was a silver book beside it, flickering with a cold luster. Chapter 196. It was a few hundred feet in radius and it was as spacious as a square. It was dim and a lone skeleton lay there quietly. There were shocking finger holes on its body. On the ground not far away, there were some broken stone clothes. They were tattered and had long since become unrecognizable. Zhang Jia. Yi Fan strode over. Yes, the stone fragments on the ground were made of the same material as the one on his body. They belonged to the old skin of the source of God. This skeleton had many fractures and it had suffered such heavy injuries. For it to be able to survive until now showed that its life force was very long. The silver book beside it was indeed made of metal. It had 100 pages and it was especially heavy when held in the hand. There were 3 ancient words carved on it. Source Heavenly Book. The strokes were strong and the words were heavy, like 3 dragons crouching. It really is the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan was excited. He had entered the Purple Mountain to find it. He had wanted to give it up, but he did not expect to find it at such a critical juncture. In the northern region for tens of thousands of years, source veins had almost dried up, and source was becoming more and more precious. Yi Fan's body was special, and he needed a large amount of source. In the past it would have been very difficult. But now it was different. With this book, if he became the Yuan Taoist master, it would not be impossible to find a large amount of source, and it would not be impossible to find the source of God. Haha. He could not help but laugh. Every step he took required 10 times the source. The first tier of the Holy Ji Palace was already not something a small sect could bear. The astronomical number after that could almost make people breathless. Everything has a way to be solved. Yi Fan opened the source heavenly book and rays of silver light shot out. They were colorful like diamonds shining. This was indeed a treasure. Not to mention the contents, the material was rare and indestructible, similar to the golden paper on which the Taoist scriptures were recorded. This is a secret treasure. No wonder it could break open the Purple Mountain. It can be used even if one's cultivation is not high. Inside, the ancient words were like stars, shining brightly. This silver book was so attractive that one could not put it down at a glance. The opening chapter made it clear that this was not only a holy book to search for the source, but it also elaborated on the heaven, man, and heaven. Through the source, one could approach the Tao and ultimately achieve the unity of heaven and man. If you look up, you can observe the heavens. If you look down, you can observe the laws on the earth. If you look at the writings of birds and beasts, you can observe the harmony of the earth. Internal chi sprouts, external chi takes shape, internal and external multiply. Chi will disperse with the wind and stop with the water. The ancients gathered so that it would not disperse, and moved so that it would stop. Yi Fan continued to flip through the pages and saw such records one after another. This was indeed a broad and profound field of knowledge. He flipped backwards. The silver iron paper flowed with extraordinary splendor, causing his expression to become more and more serious. As expected of a wondrous book, the techniques inside were close to the Tao. It didn't talk about cultivation methods, but it was close to Tao methods, covering a wide range, paying particular attention to the situation of the mountains and rivers, the structure of the land, the changes in the sky, touching upon yin and yang, the 5 elements, and even more so the method of sensing the heavens. It was extremely profound, difficult to understand. Above corresponds to the celestial bodies, and below presents the map. Heaven and earth are born, and the line of divination is stable. Yi Fan finished reading and was silent for a moment. It was too complicated. This was a profound scripture that covered too many things. No wonder. Since ancient times there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. The Zhang family has such a wondrous book, and only the first ancestor managed to cultivate it. Yi Fan sighed. It was too difficult to become a Yuan Taoist master. The 100 pages of the Heavenly Book of Source were very profound, and it required a lot of effort to comprehend it. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. When he flipped to the second half, he was more and more astonished. Moving mountains and seas, sensing the constellations, becoming one with the heavens. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master could compete with the unparalleled practitioners of the sacred grounds. When he flipped to the last few pages, Yi Fan suddenly realized that there was a line of small words under every line. The font was different from the main text of the Heavenly Book of Source, as if it had been added by someone later on. There is no valley in the center of the valley, formless and shadowless, neither rebellious nor disobedient, unmoving in the lowly position, silent and unfailing. The valley is formed, but its form cannot be seen. This was a cultivation method, and it was definitely not the original scripture of the Heavenly Book of Source. He was very surprised. This was the art of 5 gods, which was the cultivation method of the Tao Palace. It was the secret of life nurturing. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Elder Wu Qingfeng had told him that many people wanted to reach the other shore for a longer life. Later on, he understood that the Tao Palace nurtured 5 gods. It was a secret technique to prolong life, and it was also the foundation of cultivating Tao power. This is clearly a life-nurturing technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The few pages of scripture were very general, but it was enough to increase one's lifespan. The more he read, the more astonished he became. After reading a few pages of scripture, he was actually unable to extricate himself. This really is the cultivation method of the Tao Palace's secret realm, but it's not complete. It seems to be a high-level summary, but it is very profound. If I continue cultivating it, I should have extraordinary achievements. What kind of mystical technique was this? Its profoundness was no less than that of the Tao scripture. One look and one could tell that it was a supreme secret manual. Suddenly, a hazy thought appeared in his mind. Could this be the incomplete cultivation method of the Jade Lake? He felt that it was a certain possibility. Back then, the Jade Lake Virgin was Yuan Taoist Master Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that he had gone missing in his later years, she disregarded her own life and entered the demonic mountain to search for him. One could imagine that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Perhaps this is really the case. The Jade Lake Virgin gave him part of the cultivation method to nurture and increase his lifespan. The silver heavenly book fruit was a secret treasure. Yi Fan put it into his body, and it actually floated side by side with the golden Tao scripture paper. One gold and one silver, they shone with a metallic luster, and it was very eye-catching. He dug a hole in the ground and buried Zhang Jie's corpse in it. He left a tombstone for him and bowed deeply, saying, "Rest in peace here." There was nothing in the spacious hall. Yi Fan searched for a long time, but he still could not find the ultimate weapon, the bell. It seems that the weapon of the great emperor is not so easy to obtain. Maybe it was left here to suppress something. He shook his head and gave up on the search. Now that he had obtained the heavenly book of source, he had nothing else to ask for. It was time to go back. However, once he left the hall, he was afraid that he would run into the primordial creatures again. The way back had been cut off. What should I do? Yi Fan frowned. The Purple Mountain was not a good place. If he stayed here for a long time, no one could predict what would happen. Even the powerful Eastern Baron Deity King had been trapped here for 4,000 years and was about to turn into dust. If he could not find a way out, he would not be able to last more than a few years. Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it hang above his head. Strands of Shenhuang Mother Qi flowed down to protect his body. Then he walked out of the hall step by step. However, he had not gone far when an ear-piercing cry rang out. 7 or 8 primordial creatures appeared at the same time. They all looked sinister and different, and they surrounded him. Some were like birds, some were like crocodiles, and some were like humans. Their roars shook the ancient mines one after another. That 6-armed creature was not even the strongest. There were even more terrifying existences. It chased with large strides, causing the void to collapse. It took a step and all directions were shaken. It was like an emperor. That creature looked like a human male, but he had 3 heads and 9 arms. He was wearing armor, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He actually cut through the void. This isn't a creature from the exceptional divine source. How can it be so powerful? Yi Fan was shaken. He could not estimate how terrifying such an existence was. Perhaps, in the mortal world, few human experts could suppress it. He rushed into the cauldron without hesitation and flew backward. A bone-chilling snort sounded. That purple-haired male was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He landed outside the hall, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, frightening people's hearts. 3 heads and 9 arms moved at the same time, erupting with a stifling fluctuation. The surrounding ancient mines silently collapsed. The other primordial creatures were all trembling with fear. They retreated, and some even directly knelt down. Without a doubt, the purple-haired male was definitely a superior among the primordial creatures. The void around him split open, and 9 large hands reached into the hall. It was as if the unmovable Wisdom King had appeared, imprisoning everything. Yi Fan felt his own cauldron retreating. The other party was actually going to suck him out. That kind of terrifying pressure made him feel as if his soul was about to collapse. He shouted loudly in the cauldron. The Tao Scripture's mental cultivation method operated, and the 9 secrets were displayed. His body trembled like a war god. Divine power surged around him, stopping the myriad energy cauldron from retreating. Dang! The drawn-out bell rang. That purple-haired male with 3 heads and 9 arms let out a muffled groan. He glanced at the hall unwillingly, then took a step out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate retreated like the tide. The other primordial creatures also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart trembled. That purple-haired male was too terrifying. His divine power was world-shaking. If he was released, he would definitely cause endless disasters. 3 heads and 9 arms, why does he feel like some deities? Such a thought emerged in his heart. However, there was no time to think too much at the moment. Finding a way to escape was the most important thing. This bell, this hall? Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the entire hall might very well be that big bell from back then, which was also the ultimate weapon of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's too big. How can I store it? Yi Fan tried, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was definitely the most powerful restriction set up here. Although the great emperor was no longer here, this big bell was still extremely powerful. It was as if a great divine power was circulating around it. Why are you wandering around? Suddenly, Divine King Jiang Taishu's voice came, still extremely weak. "Senior, you're fine. That's great." Yi Fan heard his voice and was overjoyed. "They have awakened. You can't leave." Jiang Taishu's divine consciousness was even weaker than before. However, the fact that he could find Yi Fan in the Purple Mountain showed how terrifying divine kings were. "Senior, if we join forces we can definitely break out. I have a divine spring here that can help you recover your divine power. If you came 10 years earlier maybe. I still have a glimmer of hope." Divine King Jiang said intermittently that he was already at the end of his rope and had no way to escape this place. Even if Yi Fan picked the holy fruit for him, it would be useless because he couldn't get it. At the same time, Yi Fan received very bad news. Even if there were no primordial creatures, once one entered the Purple Mountain, it was almost impossible to leave. This was a dangerous place. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the great emperor used heaven-defying methods to turn this place into a world of its own. One could only enter but not leave. One of the 9 secrets. I've already spread it. No matter what, it hasn't been destroyed in my hands. Jiang Taishu said very weakly. Yi Fan instantly understood his intentions. In this world only he knew this supreme secret technique. It wasn't an ancient scripture of the Jiang family. He wanted to find someone to pass it on to fulfill a wish. "Senior, don't worry. If I get out, I will definitely inform the Jiang family to save you." "No." Jiang Taishu was very anxious. "I'm about to die. I don't need anyone to die. Don't tell them about this place." "What kind of place is this?" Yi Fan asked. However, after Jiang Taishu said those words, there was no more sound. This place was covered in dense fog. Primordial creatures had entered the 9 dragon veins to protect the Purple Mountain. Each dragon vein had a peerless divine source. What kind of place was the Purple Mountain before the primordial age? The great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was someone who came later. What did he do here? Yi Fan sighed. To understand all of this, he would probably have to completely comprehend the heavenly book of source in order to know all of this. The way in had been cut off and he couldn't leave. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and walked into the depths of the Purple Mountain. Not long after leaving the main hall, he felt a demonic summoning power. He almost left the ground and floated over. No wonder even the Divine King died here. This demonic power. Yi Fan's body trembled. He was completely unable to control himself. Even his soul wanted to leave his body. One could imagine that the Divine King of that generation had ruled the Eastern Barren territory. He was born with a proud and unyielding character. He must have wanted to find out the truth, but in the end he couldn't. Is it the creature in the 9 divine source? Yi Fan couldn't stand the summoning power. He retreated. At this time he suddenly discovered to his surprise that there was a huge stone book a mile away. Yes, it was very spacious in front. He could see a stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. There was an artifact on his body that was emitting a dazzling light. It was that jade pendant, the imperial jade he had obtained from Big Beard Chin. This is. Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He endured the danger of his soul dispersing and slowly approached the stone book. It was less than a mile away, but Yi Fan walked for a whole 6 hours. He left a line of deep footprints on the ground. Sweat flowed all over the ground and all the bones in his body felt like they were cracking. His ears were buzzing and his mind was a little muddled. The demonic summoning was unbearable, but he finally arrived in front of the stone book. It was finally better here. The demonic power had been weakened, and he was much more clear-headed. He sucked in a cold breath. Behind the stone book there were vines everywhere. It was verdant and lush. Those ancient mines were full of plants, and the demonic power was emitted from them. I'm afraid I'll reach the center of the Purple Mountain in a few more miles. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he realized that the imperial jade on his body was getting brighter and brighter, and the thick stone book was also emitting a gentle glow. Yi Fan walked closer and blew away the dust left behind by the passage of time. He saw 3 large words on it, Wuxia Scripture. This is. His heart trembled. If it dared to use the word scripture, it was most likely a supreme divine book. He naturally associated it with the great emperor from more than 100,000 years ago. This was most likely an ancient scripture left behind by him. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the eastern wilderness. There was a supreme scripture here that had never appeared before. How could he not be excited? Why can't I open it? He forcefully flipped the ancient scripture, but found that it didn't move at all. The stone book was heavier than a mountain. The Wuxia Scripture was like the root of heaven and earth. It couldn't be shaken or opened at all. He held the jade pendant in his hand, but it was useless. Other than the ancient scripture becoming hazy, there was no sign that it could be opened. Yes, this jade pendant is incomplete. Yi Fan was full of regret. If the ancient jade pendant was complete, he might be able to obtain a world-shaking ancient scripture. Wuxia scripture. Just the name makes it hard for me to calm down. What a pity I can't obtain it. He sat on the stone scripture and tried his best, but it was useless. Chapter 197. Yi Fan could only sigh since he couldn't obtain the ancient scriptures. If the scriptures left behind by the great emperors were passed down, it would be enough to develop a holy land. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was true. The foundation of the great sages' sects was a secret scripture they each controlled. This was the power of the supreme ancient scriptures. Suddenly Yi Fan found a few lines of words on a stone wall not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was actually left by Jiang Taishu. Even the powerful Eastern Baron Divine King couldn't see the ancient scriptures. Great Emperor Wu Shi's achievements surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. It's a pity that I can't see the scriptures. According to Divine King Jiang, the stone scripture was personally sealed by Great Emperor Wu Shi. It couldn't be opened at all unless the Great Emperor revived or came with his token. In addition, he speculated that this scripture contained the power of the Great Path and was left here to suppress it. This was a door. If he walked further in, he would reach the origin of the Purple Mountain. After reading it, Yi Fan's heart felt cold. The supreme scripture was placed in front of him, but he could only stare at it. He couldn't open it at all. I want to see, he muttered unwillingly. Yi Fan walked around the stone scripture and saw a few more lines of ancient words. It should be from even longer ago. At the end of the celestial path, Wu Shi's Tao becomes empty. The name sign was Gu Tianshu. He'd also been here before. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't forget this person. He was an ancient person from 70,000 years ago and was even more powerful than Jiang Taishu. A total of 37 people entered the Demon Mountain. In terms of strength, he was ranked first. 70,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu shocked the world but couldn't break the seal of Great Emperor Wu Shi. From his words, it could be seen that he greatly admired Great Emperor Wu Shi. If one thought about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, there were only a few great emperors in the Eastern Barren territory. They represented the strongest monuments in the world. At the end of the celestial path, Wu Shi's Tao becomes empty. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with emotions. Was that great emperor really so powerful? Just a dozen or so words were enough to describe his unparalleled achievements throughout the ages. Not being born in the same era made one feel regretful. Not being able to meet him made one sigh. Yi Fan carefully searched around the stone scripture, but in the end he couldn't find anything. When he stopped and helplessly sat on the ground, he suddenly discovered that this place was very strange. It was shaped like a sacrificial altar, and stone scriptures were displayed on it. It was a very wide platform and there were huge patterns engraved on it. If one didn't look closely, it looked like a natural ravine. Yi Fan stood up again. After confirming the center of the altar, he walked forward. At this time, the jade pendant on his body shone even brighter. Something's wrong. I wonder if it's good or bad. When he arrived at the center, he felt even more strange. The patterns here were much more concentrated and they seemed to be Tao patterns. This kind of technique was very different from the current one. It was closer to nature. The patterns were formed from wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. Yi Fan found a groove in the center that was as big as a human head. Buzz. The ancient jade in his hand trembled slightly as if it had a life of its own. It was dazzling. Could this ancient jade be filled in here? He was puzzled. He compared the jade pendant and found that it matched the corner of the groove. What will happen if I put the jade in? He was bewildered and didn't do it immediately. Could it be opening some seal? Could it be that the Wu Shi scripture can be opened? With this thought he couldn't calm down. Of course he also thought of the worst. It might also be related to the ancient creatures, or even the existence in the peerless divine source. Unfortunately, the ancient jade is incomplete. It most likely can't be used. Yi Fan didn't dare to act rashly. He was thinking about how to leave. Perhaps he could only wait a few years until all the ancient creatures that had been born had decayed. Then he could leave. That was because according to the information he had obtained, once the ancient creatures broke through the source, it would be difficult for them to live long. They would turn into dust in a few years or even decades. I'm not Divine King Jiang. I can only hold on for a few years at most. Suddenly Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He felt that something was staring at him. This made him feel that something was wrong. If the ancient creatures chased him here, he would be doomed. Could it be that they weren't even afraid of the Wuxia scripture that contained the great emperor's Tao source? Yi Fan quickly retreated, arriving in front of the stone scripture. He looked around, but he didn't find anything. He didn't see anything. Was it an illusion? He was a bit suspicious. Maybe he was hallucinating because he had been too tense these days. No matter what, he didn't dare to move. He meditated in front of the stone scripture and began to cultivate. He said to himself, "Endure for a few years and give me back my freedom." After only half a day, Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. There must be something here. He felt that it wasn't far away, and it didn't seem to be afraid of the stone scripture at all. It's wandering around. After making such a judgment, Yi Fan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up. In the distance, indistinct roars could be heard. Those ancient creatures seemed to be crossing the ancient mine. They wanted to bypass the hall formed by the extreme weapons and advance here. At the same time, the creature in the dark used its divine sense to spy on him. He could clearly feel it. "I can't stay here anymore." He decided to return to the bell hall. Before leaving, he glanced at the groove in the center of the altar. When he approached it, he gritted his teeth and pressed the ancient jade down. The things left by the great emperor won't harm the descendants. Suddenly, the moment the ancient jade sank in, the place became dazzling. Light shot into the sky, and a huge light curtain enveloped him. He had already taken out the cauldron and was immediately sucked in to protect him. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't know what kind of shocking change would happen after the jade sank into the groove. He didn't have time to think too much. The light curtain quickly tore open the void and everything became blurry. It's crossing the void. Where is it going? The ancient jade was incomplete. Opening the void like this could easily cause trouble. However, there was no turning back. It was dark and silent around him. He couldn't see anything. He had already entered the void. A beam of light shot over, and the ancient jade also flew in. Yi Fan hurriedly used the cauldron to take it in and hold it in his hand. The jade was incomplete, and it couldn't reach the destination that great Emperor Wuxia had planned. He was worried. The only thing that made him happy was that he didn't have to worry about being crushed by hiding in the myriad chi cauldron. Swoosh. Not long after, the void was torn open again. Boundless darkness appeared in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. What? He fell into the water. The cold water flowed into him through the cauldron. Where is this? Yi Fan got out of the cauldron. The cold current surged around him, and the river water flowed rapidly. Is this underground? He punched upwards, and there was a rumbling sound. He flowed with the current. It was pitch black around him, and all around him were stone walls. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him, and the underground river rushed straight down to the ground. Yi Fan rushed out of the water and smashed with all his might. He even took out the golden book and slashed repeatedly, forcibly opening up a path to the surface. It was hard to imagine how deep he had gone. He had dug hundreds of meters and he still hadn't reached the surface. Then he dug up more than 1,000 meters and finally felt the flowing air. He rushed out of the underground, but it was still boundless darkness. He found it somewhat familiar. This was an enormous ancient mine, as if there was no end to it. Dragon's vein, I'm out. Yi Fan screamed. He really couldn't believe that he had actually come out of the Purple Mountain. This was the path that he had chosen, the ancient mine under the dragon's vein. He even saw the carvings on the walls of the mine. Yes, I'm really out. He rushed forward, stroking the ancient carvings. It was the scene where the great emperor suppressed the peerless divine source. He couldn't hide his excitement. He thought that he would be trapped inside like Jiang Taishu, but he didn't expect to get out so quickly. When he chose to enter the Purple Mountain, he knew that the great emperor's jade pendant would most likely come in handy, but he didn't expect that it would be so important that he could cross the void at the critical moment. What's that? Suddenly Yi Fan's heart trembled. It seemed that something in the ancient mine was peeping at him. Is it a demon bat? It doesn't look like it. They can't avoid my divine thoughts. This gave him a bad feeling. Yi Fan didn't stop. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward as if he was flying. He had already bowed 99 times. If he was killed by this last shiver, it would be too much of a waste. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the big mine. He flew up and rose thousands of meters. There was light above and fresh air blew in his face. Before long he finally came to the ground. Yi Fan had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for more than a month. At this moment he stood on the reddish-brown ground, feeling the warmth of the noon sun. He felt like he had been reborn and couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until a long time later that he left the dragon vein and walked into the distance. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Purple Mountain, but at the same time he had some regrets. It was a pity that the divine king of a generation, who had endured for 4,000 years, would eventually turn into dust. Jiang Taishu had taught him the supreme secret method, which made him feel grateful. He felt that the old divine king was a little pitiful. If I'm strong enough, I'll go in again. Even if I can't save your life, I'll bury your bones and worship you. The 9 secrets represented the supreme, and nothing could compare to it. Its value was immeasurable. It was the strongest secret method of the 9 domains. The divine king had taught him the method, which was a great favor. Finally, he thought of the Wuxia scripture. It was really his biggest regret that he couldn't bring it out. At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? At the sight of Wuxia, the Tao becomes empty. This kind of evaluation was enough to show that it was an achievement that could look down on both ancient and modern times. This kind of ancient scripture was incomparably attractive to Yi Fan. He seriously lacked the following cultivation methods. The Wuxia scripture was not passed down to the world, and it was the most suitable for him. It wouldn't cause disputes or attract attention. Even someone as powerful as Gu Tianshu left such a message, which made his heart surge. Yi Fan felt that in the future, it was necessary to collect ancient jade in the northern region. Perhaps he could collect all of the imperial jade. If that was the case, one day if he entered the Purple Mountain again, he might be able to open the Wuxia scripture. The Wuxia scripture has been lying there for more than 100,000 years. In any case, it won't be lost. Sooner or later I'll have a look at its secrets. Yi Fan walked for dozens of li, but he always felt as if something was following him. However, every time he turned around he couldn't see anything. This made him a little puzzled. There must be some kind of creature following me. This feeling is very special. Yi Fan was suspicious. It didn't seem like an evil thought and he didn't feel any killing intent. He pondered for a while and thought of the feeling of being spied on by an unknown creature in front of the Wuxia scripture. The two were somewhat similar. He shuddered and said, "It can't be. Could it be that there's a creature from the Purple Mountain that came out with me?" However, when he was crossing the void, he didn't discover it. He said to himself, "Maybe I'm overthinking." Chapter 198. Yi Fan flew high into the sky and gazed into the distance. He scanned his surroundings but did not see anything. He left with doubts. More than a month had passed, but the stone stronghold had not changed much. When Yi Fan returned, Wang Shu and Dumbo were pleasantly surprised. "Little brother Yi, you're finally back. I thought you'd gone far away." "Little brother Yi, where did you go? Why did you leave for such a long time?" These days, Yi Fan had been living in the ancient mine deep in the mountains, isolated from the world. He was very happy to see them again. He smiled and said, "I said I'd come back and I'll definitely come back. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones and let you guys have a taste of your long-cherished wish." When Zhang Wuya heard the news, he quickly rushed over. His old face was full of excitement as he said in a trembling voice, "You're back. It's good that you're back." These days, he had been sighing and full of sorrow. He blamed himself and always muttered to himself that it would have been better if he had stopped Yi Fan. In his opinion, more than a month had passed, and Yi Fan had certainly met with misfortune. Like the ancestor from 1,000 years ago, he must have been trapped and died in the Purple Mountain. Let's properly celebrate today. Zhang Wuya's depression was swept away, and the wrinkles on his old face melted away. Dumbo, Wang Shu, you two go slaughter the sheep and give little brother Yi a welcome dinner. Yi Fan was also very happy. Today is indeed worth celebrating. We have to get drunk. Although the people present were very happy, only Yi Fan and Zhang Wuya understood how exciting this was. He had brought out the heavenly tome of Source. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire northern region. This was because in the near future, it was very likely that a Yuan Taoist master would be born. When the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wuya directly pulled Yi Fan into the courtyard and locked the door. With an excited expression, he said with a trembling voice, "You, really?" With a flash of silver light, the heavenly tome of Source appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The silver light was hazy, like the bright moon in a well, like a dragon pearl in the sea. It gave people a feeling of unreality. After so many trials and tribulations, I finally managed to escape with the heavenly book. Good. Zhang Wuya trembled as he poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan, allowing him to elaborate on the course of events. When he heard that the Jade Pool Saintess had died in the Devil Mountain, he felt a wave of sadness. I didn't expect that the fairy of the Jade Pool would be so loyal. My Zhang family's first ancestor really owes her. After Yi Fan finished his story, the old man still could not calm down even after a long time had passed. He said, "The Book of Origin has finally been found." He caressed the silver book with his calloused and rough fingers. He was filled with emotions, and his emotions finally calmed down. Finally, Zhang Wuya stood up and solemnly approached Yi Fan with the silver book in his hands. "For this book, you risked your life and experienced all kinds of tribulations. I know you need it." At this point he slightly paused and said, "Although this is a treasured book passed down by my Zhang family, if not for you, it would have been lost forever. You take it." Yi Fan was not pretentious and said directly, "I really need this book, but I only need to take a look and memorize the contents inside. This treasured book will still belong to the Zhang family." Zhang Wuya's fingers trembled and he opened his mouth. After a long time he said, "I'm old and don't have the energy to study this book. My descendants are mischievous and there are no talented people. Take this heavenly book. If you don't need it in the future and see an intelligent person in my Zhang family, you can pass it on to them." "There's no need for that. I finished reading it. You can keep it safely," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "No, little brother Yi, listen to me. Keep it in your hands for the time being. It'll be safer that way. I know you cultivators have a very long lifespan. If you're free in the future, you can pass it to the descendants of my Zhang family." Zhang Wuya had a kind of hidden worry. He voiced his apprehension, not only because there was no suitable successor in the clan at present, but also because he was somewhat uneasy. Nowadays, the northern region was very chaotic with roving bandits running amok. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the heavenly book of source. His descendants were impetuous and had poor aptitudes. It would be difficult for them to succeed in their cultivation. If news of it leaked out, it would inevitably lead to a great disaster. At present, there is no one in the Zhang family who can make a name for themselves. If we keep them in our hands, it will certainly lead to the destruction of the entire family. One day, when little brother Yi feels that a suitable candidate has appeared in my Zhang family, you can send it back." At this point he actually knelt down. "All right, I swear that I will definitely pass the heavenly book of source back to the Zhang family in the future." Yi Fan solemnly swore. All the wrinkles on Zhang Wuya's face disappeared, and he was full of smiles as if he had fulfilled an enormous wish. The banquet was very sumptuous. The bonfire flickered, and the people in the stone stronghold sat in the open air. They ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Some beautiful young girls danced in front of the bonfire. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted in the air. People toasted each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. Suddenly, screams rang out. The women and young children fled one after another. "What is that thing? How did it get into the stronghold? Quick, stop it. Don't let it run around and hurt people. Damn it, it actually took away 2 whole roasted lambs in one bite. Quick, stop it." What made people dumbfounded was that the dozen or so strong young men could not stop the black shadow. Instead, they were knocked down and rolled on the ground, allowing it to escape. "It looks like a black dog. That's a great tonic. Wait for me to catch it and bring it back for spicy pot meat." Dumbo scuttled out. Not long after, Dumbo returned with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He muttered, "That dog thing knocked me into the river." Yi Fan was also alarmed. He said, "I'll go and take a look." However, by the time he chased out of the stone stronghold, the black shadow had already disappeared. "Dumbo, even if you like to wrestle, don't jump into the river." Wang Shu teased, "Did you see what it was?" "No, it took away 2 roasted lambs." How infuriating. Yi Fan felt that something was not right. How could a normal wild animal run so fast? He did not even notice it. Could it be that thing that was following me? He recalled the feeling of being watched since he left the Purple Mountain. However, he was relieved that the black shadow did not hurt anyone. It was most likely not a ferocious creature. In the days that followed, Yi Fan cultivated in peace. At the same time, he studied the heavenly tome of origins. He could not help but be amazed. This book was indeed worthy of being called a mysterious scripture. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the great sage. Its content was mysterious and profound. To Yi Fan, the value of this book was immeasurable. To him, it was comparable to the Wuxia scripture. Mastering it was the same as mastering a sea of sources. He believed that in many people's eyes, this book was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the eastern wilderness because it could stabilize the source of God and search for the dragon's veins. It was a priceless treasure. This is the treasure of all treasures. Yi Fan believed that if he was strong enough, he might even be able to exchange this book for an opportunity to view the ancient scriptures. Mastering the heavenly tome of origins was like mastering an inexhaustible divine mine. It was of immeasurable significance. Yi Fan compared it carefully. The material of the silver book was similar to the golden paper on which the Tao scripture was recorded. It was indestructible and was an unknown divine item. In terms of crafting techniques, the heavenly tome of origins and the Tao scripture were clearly on the same level. Both were rare. In terms of content, both were the most profound arts and were the pinnacle of their respective fields. However, the Tao scripture was incomplete and only had the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. The heavenly tome of origins was complete. In a sense, the value of the heavenly tome of origins was far greater than the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. Yi Fan had risked his life to explore the Purple Mountain. His biggest gain was this book. Its value was immeasurable. For an entire month he was immersed in a wondrous state. Other than cultivating, he spent all his time studying the heavenly tome, even when he was eating. In these 30 days Yi Fan's Bodhi seed never left his hand. Relying on the seed of the path understanding sacred tree, his understanding of the book improved by leaps and bounds. He felt that he had completely comprehended the foundational chapter on source differentiation. I've already grasped part of the scripture. It's time to try it out. Yi Fan walked out of the stone house and felt the gentle sunlight outside. He was filled with hope. If the body of others was a pond, then his body was a reservoir. To fill it up he needed a large amount of source. Of course the power he could unleash was different. At the very least, when facing cultivators of the same level, he had an absolute advantage. There was no suspense. In other words, if he cultivated to the late stage when he was also an almighty, he could even fight against the attacks of the various divine lords alone. The first level of the Taoist palace requires 500 kilograms of source. He could not smile when he thought of that number. Even in the northern region, 500 kilograms of source was not something a small sect could afford, let alone an individual. At 10 times, the second level of the Taoist palace requires 5,000 kilograms of source. The number made his mouth twitch and his heart turn cold. It was unbearable. As for the astronomical number after the third level of the Taoist palace, he forced himself not to think about it. Otherwise, the veins on his forehead would pop. Those terrifying numbers made even the various Holy Land's expressions change. This was a weight that was difficult to endure. In this world there will always be people who have to be green with envy. I hope that person is not me. One morning after breakfast Yi Fan called for Wang Shu and Dumbo. I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. Really? Dumbo did a somersault in excitement. I've been dreaming about it. That's great. Wang Shu rubbed his hands in excitement as well. Ever since my grandfather's generation, the stone village has completely declined. Almost no one from the village has traveled far. Yi Fan smiled. Today I'll fulfill your wish. If you perform well, I'll bring you guys out often. The holy city is tens of thousands of miles away. It's too far from here. Still, the best stone gambling dens opened by the great sage are all there. According to the wandering Taoists, the legendary supreme beings, the royalty of the middle ground cultivators, and the magnates of the northern region all gather in the holy city and spend most of their time at the stone gambling dens. That old Taoist from before said that fairies cut stones there, saintesses often appear, and prodigies from all over the world often fight there. Brother Yi, you're smiling so wickedly. Don't tell me you're thinking of winning a saintess back? Yi Fan quickly put away his smile. What are you two thinking? How could I go to the holy city for my first stone gambling? I'm here to test the waters. He sternly warned the two not to speak carelessly when they arrived. The two had no concept of the holy ground, and thought of themselves as friendly businessmen. If they spoke carelessly they might get into trouble. We understand. Those people are like gods. We only dare to talk about them in the village. Flat Rock City was about 600 miles away from the stone village. It was one of the more prosperous cities nearby, and was located in an oasis that spanned hundreds of miles. By the time Yi Fan and the other two arrived, the sun was already high up in the sky. The ancient city was built entirely from reddish-brown boulders, and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. According to the locals, the city had a history of over 1,000 years, and had always been the central city of this region. The population of the city was around 300,000, which was considered quite prosperous in the northern region. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. Wang Shu and Dumbo's eyes could not take it all in. It was their first time coming to such a big city and everything was new to them. There are so many people. Yeah, it's my first time seeing so many people. Listening to the two's meaningless words, Yi Fan laughed and said, Learn well today and I'll bring you to the holy city. Sure, Brother Yi, you should familiarize yourself with the rules today. Then we'll go to the holy city. Yi Fan asked around about the stone gambling houses in the city, and was told that there were dozens of them. Moreover, he was surprised to find out that the great sage had branches in the city. This made him think for a while, and he did not choose the branches of the Ji family in the Yaoguang Holy Land, in case he got into trouble. The Book of Source of Heaven had a special skill called changing heaven and earth. Not only could it change the landscape, but it could also change one's own appearance. It was much more brilliant than the disguise technique of cultivators, and it could almost change one's appearance from the inside to the outside. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had not fully mastered it, so he did not want to go to the 2 stone gambling houses today. The Jade Pool also has a stone gambling house in this city? Of course, it's one of the most reputable and largest stone gambling houses in the city, an elder answered. Thank you, sir. Yi Fan brought his fists together, then turned around and said to Wang Shu and Erling, let's go to the Jade Pool stone gambling house. Brother Yi, are you really going to win against the Saintess? Shush, don't say things like that. Don't worry, we're only talking about it in private. The two nodded in a hurry. The stone gambling houses usually took up a lot of space, and were surrounded by high walls. Inside there were dawn stones everywhere. The Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market was located in the eastern district of Flat Cliff City. It was a quiet place, surrounded by ancient trees and greenery. Why isn't it open today? Many people were gathered under the ancient trees, and they were all discussing something. I heard that the ferry from the Jade Pool came to Flat Cliff City, so it's not open to the public in the morning. It will only be open in the afternoon. The ferry of the Jade Pool is famous all over the world. Every great sage's land and the clan of the ancients would be proud to marry the fairy of the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, not many could do it, so I really want to see her face. You'll see her in the afternoon, but I advise you to put away those unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. The fairy of the Jade Pool. Both Wang Shu and Erling's eyes lit up as they looked at Yi Fan at the same time. Don't look at me like I'm a pervert. Yi Fan thought for a while, then said, we'll come in the afternoon, so let's find a random place to try our luck. In the end, Yi Fan chose a stone gambling house called Rongxiang. Stop. Yi Fan and the others were stopped outside the Rongxiang stone gambling house. The men at the door frowned when they saw Wang Shu and Erling's attire and said, are you source gatherers? If you want to sell source stones, go to the East Gate. That's the place for stone gambling. We're here for stone gambling. Yi Fan did as the Romans do. Because he lived in a stone village, he was also wearing source gatherer's clothes. Do you have source stones? A few people walked out from the gatehouse, all of them frowning. One of them said, our place is not a place where just anyone can enter. Yi Fan took out a source stone which was about half a 2 origin and said, isn't this one? A sneer came from behind. Half a 2 origin and you dare to come here for stone gambling? What a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. You probably can't even afford a good old source stone. Who is it? What are you talking about? Wang Shu was annoyed and turned around to look. He saw a young man waving a folding fan as he walked over. A follower beside him had a look of disdain and said, go back and collect source stones properly. This is not a place you can come to. So it's young Master Lu from Qingxia sect. Please come in. The people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House smiled apologetically and came forward to greet them. Young Master Lu from Qingxia sect didn't say anything from beginning to end. He looked at Yi Fan and the others and walked inside. The follower beside him turned around and sneered, why are you not convinced? If you have source stones you can come in. I'll play a few rounds with you. If you don't have source stones, go back to where you came from. Go and collect source stones properly. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This is not a place you can come to. Damn you. After seeing them go in, Erlung was so angry that he grabbed his hair. No matter what profession, there would always be people who liked to watch others eat. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't lower himself to the level of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House. Wang Shu said, the threshold here is really high. Don't you know that those who come are guests? Sorry, we have our own rules here. Not just anyone can come in and out. The people in front of him all crossed their arms and responded indifferently. After young Master Lu from Qingxia sect went in, the smile on their faces had disappeared. How many source stones can I go in? Erling asked in a muffled voice. We have the best source stones here. Without a caddy of source stones you can't go through this door. A few people looked contemptuous and said, if you don't have it, I advise you to go back to the mine honestly. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly took out a caddy of source stones, shook it in front of them and walked inside. When Wang Shu passed by the gatehouse, he said, "Just wait, I'll let you cry later. Yes, I'll let you see what is called a god of stone gambling." Erling also said angrily, "Oh, you guys really came in." In front, the follower of Qingxia sect was very surprised. He said in a strange tone, "A caddy of source stones. It takes 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren to dig for it for a long time. It's really not easy. Let's go and play a few rounds together. How about gambling?" Chapter 199. I can't be bothered with you. Wang Shu turned his head to the side and ignored that person. Quite a temper. The person from the Qingxia sect laughed. True. Generations of hard work to accumulate so many source. What if you lose it? It's better to be careful. Stop being so sarcastic. We don't want to argue with you. Dumbo was more honest and glared at him. Bumpkin, stone gambling is very risky. You came here to try your luck. You won't even know how to cry when the time comes. The follower from the Qingxia sect mocked. I'm not trying to scold you, but this is really not a place for you. Source gatherers should know their place. Get lost. I have source. I came here willingly. It's none of your business. Dumbo was very direct. Wang Shu also laughed. You should take care of yourself. Don't lose all your fortune. 9 out of 10 gambles fail and crawl out crying. People like you haven't seen the world. The follower was a little angry and said, "The mine is where you should stay. Don't be stubborn. When you go in later you will cry." Young Master Lu from the Qingxia sect frowned and said to the follower, "Why bother with people like them?" As he spoke, he walked forward and the people around him followed. Rongxiang Stone Gambling House had many courtyards. Source stones were everywhere, ranging from tens of thousands of kilograms to a few taels. The first courtyard was obviously of the lowest quality. Not many people stayed here. Here it was the most common source stones. It could even be said that many stones were randomly pulled back to make up the numbers. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. After he finished reading the basic chapter of the Book of Origin, he wanted to practice it. It was not about whether he could gamble on a pure source, but to enrich his experience. He strolled around the first courtyard, patting and knocking on the ground with a serious look on his face. "Brother Yi, there are no good source stones here. They are all deceiving people. Let's go inside," Wang Shu suggested. "It's okay. Today is mainly to test the waters. Let's take a look first. Don't rush." Yi Fan did not move. A sneer came from not far away. The gatehouse was adjacent to this courtyard. The gatekeeper who had stopped them from entering before was watching the show with his arms crossed. "What are you laughing at? Go get some tea." Dumbo glared at him. "You're even pouring tea? How arrogant." One of the people in the gatehouse replied snappily. "Anyone who enters the door is a guest. Don't you know the rules?" Wang Shu turned around and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? I told you to pour tea, so hurry up and pour it. Don't talk nonsense." One of them instantly glared at him and said, "You little bastard. You're just a gatherer, yet you're putting on airs in front of us. Go and find your master Yuan. I want to ask him if he wants to do business behind closed doors." Even a gatekeeper dares to spout nonsense. Wang Shu sneered. "All right, hurry up and pour them a few cups of tea and send them away." The few of them did not want to make the matter bigger. If they alarmed some distinguished guests, they would not be able to bear the consequences. "There's not enough tea leaves. Is this cutting corners?" Dumbo muttered unhappily. The gatekeepers' faces turned ashen. They glared at him fiercely. Yi Fan walked around the courtyard and found that there were thousands of origin stones here. They were really just there to make up the numbers. He felt that only a few of them contained origin stones. "How do you value the origin stones here?" Almost no one gambled here, so Master Yuan stayed in the courtyard. Normally, the gatekeepers were in charge of this place. One of them mocked, "The origin stones here are the cheapest. 1 origin stone can buy 1,000 kilograms of origin stone. With the origin stones in your hands, you can buy a lot." "Is that so? Then you guys come over here and carry that dawn stone over for me." Yi Fan pointed at the huge boulder that weighed at least 500 kilograms in the middle of the pile of rubble. The faces of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House turned green. They were mortals. Moving a 1,000-kilogram boulder would take a lot of effort. "I say you're wasting your money. Such a large boulder requires 1 or 2 precious origin stones. You won't be able to gamble anything." One of them cursed. "Stop talking nonsense. Just move it. Don't you want to do business anymore? Should I go call Master Yuan?" Wang Shu said. "You two can also choose any place you want. Don't worry about anything." Yi Fan said to Dumbo and Wang Shu. "We. Forget about it. Digging origin stones is fine, but choosing origin stones is far from it. The two waved their hands. Just choose. No need to say anything. Wang Shu was quick-witted. He whispered a few words to Dumbo. The two of them began to instruct the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House. Bring that origin stone out. Wang Shu pointed in front of them. The people's faces were pale. Another 1,000-kilogram boulder. They were already breathless from exhaustion. Fine. You guys are ruthless. Let's see how you cry when your origin stones are used up. They gritted their teeth and moved the 1,000-kilogram boulder. However, after taking a few steps, Wang Shu shook his head and said, "What are you guys doing? I want the origin stone under the 1,000-kilogram boulder." F***Ck. The few of them were about to explode from anger. Wang Shu held a 4 to 5 kilogram origin stone in his hand. He was smiling behind them. "I want this one." Dumbo pointed at a origin stone that was also under a huge boulder. The anger of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House was ignited. One of them said, "You're going too far." "It's not that we're going too far. It's just that you guys are acting like snobs." Wang Shu shook his head and said, "If you guys don't move it, I'll call Master Yuan." "You." The few of them pointed at Wang Shu. "You what you?" "I have origin stones. I'm eyeing that boulder now. Hurry up and move it." Dumbo had always been straightforward. He had long disliked these people. Yi Fan smiled without saying a word. He felt that these two guys were quite good at dealing with people. When the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House moved the boulder and were exhausted like dead dogs, Wang Shu and Dumbo chose another target. "That one." "Yes, the one that's under the boulder." "And this one. Hurry up and get it out." The two of them drank tea as they ordered the others. "Masters, we were wrong. We shouldn't have looked down on you. Please forgive us. You're a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to our level. Please have mercy." These people were tortured by Wang Shu and Dumbo until they fell to the ground. They completely gave in. In the end, Yi Fan took action himself. He cut open the 1,000-pound boulder that he had his eyes on and dug out a 1-kilogram piece of origin source. On the side, the eyes of the people who were lying on the ground almost popped out as they watched them enter the second courtyard. This time Yi Fan and the others did not delay much. They just turned around and walked inside. In the inner courtyard, there were special young women in charge of receiving and introducing various origin stones. There was also a master origin stone in charge of cutting the stones. Soon after, they came to the 7th courtyard and met the people from Qingxia sect again. "Hey, aren't these 3 source gatherers? Why did you come to this courtyard to play?" The annoying voice of the follower from Qingxia sect was heard. "I say, donkey-faced man, why are you always haunting us?" Dumbo rolled his eyes and looked at him. "What are you talking about? I'm too lazy to argue with a bumpkin like you." He pulled a long face and said, "How about we compete in stone gambling? What's your name? How do we gamble with you?" Dumbo asked. The long-faced man from Qingxia sect said, "My name is Lu Sheng. Let's gamble. How much source one side cuts out, the other side will lose the same amount of source. How about that?" Both Wang Shu and Dumbo were a little hesitant and did not respond. The long-faced man Lu Sheng mocked, "Mud monkeys in the mine, you don't even dare to gamble. Why did you come in? Many people here bet 3, 5 or 10 times. I advise you to go back to the mine as soon as possible. That's where you should stay." Wang Shu and Dumbo were furious. As source gatherers, hearing such words really felt like a thorn in their hearts. "Bet with him and ask him how many source stones he has," Yi Fan said from the side. "Oh, you really dare to gamble?" Lu Sheng showed a sarcastic look on his face and said, "I'm afraid that you will cry for your parents if you lose, and then jump into the well to commit suicide." Yi Fan directly threw 2 caddies of source stones to Wang Shu, then looked at Lu Sheng and said, "Take out your source stones first." The words of these people immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people looked over. Even young Master Lu of Qingxia sect put down the source stones in his hand, walked over, and threw 2 caddies of source stones to the long-faced man Lu Sheng. "If you admit to a bet, you must admit to a loss. Everyone here must testify. These 3 bumpkins don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If they really dare to gamble with me, don't blame me for bullying them." Although Lu Sheng said so, his heart was not very calm. "Okay, we will testify." Many people next to him echoed. The people of Rongxiang Stone Gambling House were the happiest. No matter what, both sides would buy their source stones. This was a profitable business. Young Master Lu patted a source stone that had already been chosen and said to the long-faced man, "Lu Sheng, choose this one." Lu Sheng received it respectfully, and then he looked at Yi Fan and said, "You 3 mud monkeys from the mines, hurry up and choose one as well." Yi Fan walked around, chose a source stone the size of a watermelon, threw it in front of him and said, "This one." The source stones chosen by the two were not big, but the cost was not cheap. The source stones in the 7th courtyard were all very expensive because the rate of source stones being produced was very high. "Master Yuan, please cut the stone," the long-faced man Lu Sheng said. "Okay, this old man is going to sacrifice the blade." An old man came forward and paid his respects to the source stone first. Then he picked up the blade and began to cut the stone. Kacha. The stone skin was slowly peeled off. The stone chosen by the Qingxia sect became smaller and smaller, but in the end, no source stone appeared. "Count yourselves lucky. The next one will make you cry for your parents." Lu Xing was somewhat unwilling. The young master of the Qingxia sect also frowned. "Master, cut my piece." Yi Fan handed over the source stone. "This broken stone is obviously a waste stone. Is there a need to cut it?" Lu Xing looked disdainful. Someone next to him shook his head and said, "This stone is reddish-brown with a hint of white. It is obviously a common red inside white. It is definitely a waste stone. There is no need to cut it to know. It is too obvious. It is indeed a waste stone." Almost everyone frowned. Even Master Yuan shook his head and said, "It is fine if this stone is not cut." Wang Shu and Dumbo suddenly became nervous. They looked at Yi Fan and said, "Anyway, it has not been cut yet. Let's change to another one. No, otherwise some people will go back on their words. This is it." Yi Fan did not pay his respects to the so-called origin god. He picked up the blade next to him and directly cut it. Kacha. The moment the source stone was cut open, a soft light shone out. A fist-sized source stone, crystal clear, was embedded in the stone layer. The blade almost split the source stone inside and brushed past it. It actually produced source stone. How can there be source stone inside white? This piece is probably 1 kilogram. It is a big increase. The people next to him all cried out in surprise. Even Master Yuan was a little stunned. He said to himself, "That stone can't possibly have source stone." It actually, Wang Shu was delighted. He dug out the source stone inside and carefully held it in his palm. On the other hand, Dumbo casually walked up to Lu Sheng and glanced at the source bag in his hand. "Hand it over. We've cut out the source bag and it's exactly 1 catty. The one in your hand is barely enough." Lu Sheng's face suddenly became very long. Sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. 1 kilogram of source stone was a very large number for him. Although it was paid by the young master of the Qingxia sect, he definitely had to pay it back. How is this possible? Even a piece of waste stone produced source stone. His face was ashen and extremely unwilling. "You lost the bet. Hand it over." Dumbo snatched the source bag. The horse-faced man seemed to be drained of strength. He sat on the ground, dejected. "Brother Donkey Face, don't jump into the well." Wang Shu ridiculed. "Our mine is currently short of manpower. Why don't you come with me? I am sincerely recruiting here." Dumbo hugged the source bag and giggled happily. He did not forget to strike back. "Yes, we will take care of your food and accommodation. Come with us to dig for source stone." The horse-faced man's face turned pale. He angrily pointed at the two and said, You. His intestines were green with regret. He secretly hated himself for looking for trouble. Why did he gamble with a few mud monkeys from the mine? At this moment he really wanted to smash his teeth into his stomach. He was so angry that he almost fainted. "Interesting. Do the 3 of you dare to gamble with me?" The young master of the Qingxia sect stepped forward and waved his folding fan. He looked calm and composed. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Why not? Not to mention even a few dozen is fine." He was very excited. The Heavenly Book of Source was indeed a wonderful book. He felt that he had a preliminary understanding of source stone and could enter and exit the stone gambling house. If he really understood the Heavenly Book of Source Stone, he would not have to worry about going to the Holy City in the future. However, Yi Fan's luck seemed to have ended. He cut 7 stones in a row but did not see even a trace of source stone. On the contrary, the young master of the Qingxia sect cut out a fist-sized source stone and compensated for the loss just now. Even if you are in the mine all year round, you may not really understand source stone. Digging source stone is rough work, but identifying source stone is a skill. The young master of the Qingxia sect mocked. Indeed, not everyone can come here. The mud monkeys in the mine also came to gamble. They really don't know their place. They want to gamble for a top-grade source stone. In the end, they will only go bankrupt. The pitiful source stone that they have saved for many years will be wasted. Beside them, many people shook their heads and made sarcastic remarks. Wang Shu and Dumbo felt very uncomfortable. They were very nervous after losing consecutively. They were afraid that Yi Fan's source stone would be wasted in vain. Yi Fan frowned. He was a little confused. There was absolutely nothing wrong with what he learned from the heavenly book of source stone. Why did he make mistakes again and again? He squatted down and carefully observed the 7 pieces of source stone that he had just cut and rubbed them with his hand. He's lost his mind from gambling. He can't stand the blow. The mud monkeys from the mine have never seen the big world. After losing so much, it's natural that he lost his soul. Maybe he wants to jump into the river. I've seen many people like this. After losing in gambling, they can do anything. Although some people sympathized, more people were gloating. The young master of the Qingxia sect waved his folding fan and looked down at Yi Fan, who was squatting on the ground and looking at the gravel. He said, "Hurry back to the mine. That's where you should stay. It's not suitable for people like you to come here." Chapter 200. Yi Fan squatted there and ignored him. He stared at the gravel for a long time and suddenly realized what was going on. He secretly cursed Rongxiang's stone gambling house for being shameless. What he had learned from the Book of Source Heaven was correct. This stone gambling house was the one that was faked. These source stones had been cut open and the source inside was taken away. Then they were filled with stone and sealed with a secret technique. Swindling merchants. He was furious. Rongxiang's stone gambling house was too much. He wanted to make a scene, but he held it in. Even if he said it, not many people would believe him. Moreover, those who dared to open stone gambling houses in the northern region had a certain background. They had the support of powerful forces. If he exposed them like this, even if they bowed their heads on the spot, they would probably take revenge later. He didn't care and could just leave. However, it would be bad if he implicated the stone stronghold. It seems like I have to learn the heaven and earth changing technique from the Book of Source Heaven as soon as possible. In that case, I won't have to worry about anything anymore. I'll be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky, he said to himself. Forget it if you don't want to gamble. Go back to where you came from. The young master from the Qingxia sect glanced at him. Of course I want to gamble. Why not? Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Next, he carefully selected the stones and examined them carefully. As expected, he found a dozen fake source stones. The method of counterfeiting was very clever. Even if one observed carefully, it was difficult to distinguish them. If not for the Book of Source Heaven, which was almost natural, it would be difficult to find out. In the end, he chose an ugly stone that was as big as a grown man's head. It was gray and had crisscrossing cracks on it. The strangest thing was that these cracks were similar to the shape of a human's mouth. It looked like it had been bitten by some ancient creature. When Yi Fan picked up this stone, it immediately caused a burst of laughter. "Little brother, do you know anything about source stones? This is obviously a useless stone. Hurry up and change to another one." Beside him, a kind old man reminded him. "It would be strange if this stone could have source stones. It's obviously exhausted and nothing will be left. This is a ghost splitter stone. Its entire body is covered in cracks. It said that it was gnawed on by a primordial origin ghost, so it's impossible for an origin to be left behind. That's right, this is the famous ghost splitter stone. It was thrown here to make up the numbers, so it's impossible for it to come out." Everyone shook their heads. Many people sneered at him, thinking that Yi Fan didn't understand origin stones at all and only knew how to dig for them in the mines. Wang Shu immediately became nervous. Dumbo whispered, "Brother Yi, let's change to another piece." "There's no need to change. This is it." Yi Fan gestured to Master Yuan, asking him to cut it open. Although it was a ghost-splitting stone, Master Yuan still worshipped the original god, according to the rules of this trade. He murmured a few words before he moved. His hands were nimble, and his blade moved very quickly like a swimming dragon. Cold light flickered and the stone skin quickly fell off. Not long after, layers of old skin had been peeled off from the human head-sized ghost splitter stone, and it was no longer the size of a fist. The onlookers were all pessimistic and started to discuss among themselves. "It's impossible for it to come out. It's just a waste of time. Let's just cut it open. If the ghost splitter stone comes out, I'll swallow the stone's skin." If time goes back hundreds of thousands of years, a good origin might appear in this stone, but it's obvious that the inside has been swallowed by the origin ghost. The young master of the Qingxia sect had a mocking smile on his lips. He waved his folding fan and glanced disdainfully at Yi Fan without saying anything. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed, The old skin of the ghost splitter stone fell off, and it was no longer the size of a lychee. However, at this moment, a dazzling brilliance shot out. The rich spirit chi made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on their bodies relaxed and they felt very comfortable. A fiery red brilliance overflowed, bringing with it a faint smoke that gently blew away. It was like a cloud on fire or an immortal aura soaked in blood. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that an extremely high-quality origin stone had been dug out, and this origin chi was far superior to similar stones. Inside the lychee-sized ghost splitter stone, there was a bright red origin stone. It was only the size of a finger, but it was overflowing with colors. It was dazzling and the redness was intoxicating. This is too small, it's not enough to buy this stone. Dumbo was a little dazed. Wang Shu also frowned. Although the origin stone was cut out and the quality was very high, it was too small. It was not even half a tael, let alone weighing it in weight. Yes, it's too small. It's so small. The people who had exclaimed just now came back to their senses, and they were a little disappointed. In the field, Yi Fan did not think so because he felt the vigorous essence chi fluctuations. Such a small piece of origin stone was only the size of a finger, but it was more powerful than 10 pounds of pure origin stones piled together. This is the fiery red origin. Master Yuan was knowledgeable and could not help but exclaim, but he quickly stopped talking and closed his mouth. Yi Fan instantly understood that although this origin stone was small, its value was equivalent to 10 pounds of pure origin stones. This was a variant. He suddenly laughed and said, I think everyone has heard of the fiery red origin. Although it is not a rare xenogeneic, it is definitely not common. It is very rare and precious. How much is it worth? You guys tell me. There is a xenogeneic origin stone. Although it is small, it is equivalent to 10 pounds of origin stones. What great luck! Gambling on origin stones sometimes depends on one's fate. With such an origin stone, one will not have to worry about food and clothing for many generations. In the origin stone business, there would occasionally be a rare origin stone. It had mysterious powers and its value could not be measured, but it was not common. I heard that last time, someone in the Jasper Lake Fairy Stone Market found a rare xenogeneic origin stone. It was many times rarer than the fiery red origin stone. It shocked the people in Sacred City and they bought it at a high price. How come I didn't know about it? This kind of secret would not be spread very widely. Dumbo finally understood. He dug out the fiery red origin stone and then he could not stop laughing. He said to the people watching, Who said that if there is an origin stone we should swallow the stone on the ground? Everyone was suddenly speechless and no one admitted it. Wang Shu walked over with a smile, reached out to the young master of the Qingxia sect and said, Sorry, we won. 10 pounds of origin stone, hurry up and hand it over. 10 pounds of origin stone was a very large number for the people present. Anyone would feel the pain, but in front of so many people, the young master of the Qingxia sect could not lose his temper. His face sank and he threw a source bag on the ground. Dumbo picked up the source bag, his big mouth almost reaching his ears, and he could not stop laughing. That's not right. There is still half a pound of origin stone missing. Wang Shu frowned. The young master of the Qingxia sect had brought a total of this much origin stone. At this moment he was completely empty. He had lost to the 3 source gatherers that he despised. This made him angry and his face was very ugly. Forget it. It is not easy to go out, so let's count him half a pound less. Yi Fan said very calmly. At this moment, he had already squatted down and was carefully looking at the old skin of the ghost crack stone. Those cracks were like teeth marks, and what surprised him the most was that he actually saw a hair in the stone. Could there really be something like the primordial source ghost? He muttered to himself, secretly pondering. If that was the case, did it not mean that the primordial source ghost might also exist? Do you want to continue? Dumbo hugged a pile of origin stones and was very satisfied. Wang Shu was full of smiles and they looked forward together. The young master of the Qingxia sect's face was ashen. He flicked his sleeves, turned around and walked to the side. He opened his mouth to a few acquaintances wanting to borrow origin stones. How about I bet with you? The eyes of the people around them all lit up when they saw that the young master of the Qingxia sect had temporarily backed out. In their eyes this was a big fat sheep. It would be a waste not to slaughter it. A moment of luck could not last. Everyone thought that Yi Fan did not understand origin stones at all. Looking at the stones he had chosen the red lining white stone, and then the ghost crack stone. They were all blind luck and he had hit the jackpot. I advise you to take it easy. This business is very strange and it is very particular about fate and luck. Right now, these 3 mud monkeys are very lucky, so it is best not to bet, said an old man. An old man spoke like this. He seemed to have a very high status. After everyone heard this, most of them retreated. The young master of the Qingxia sect pooled his money and borrowed a bag of origin stones that weighed about 4 to 5 caddies. He wanted to bet with Yi Fan again, so the others naturally backed off. Let's enter the 9th floor courtyard and pick the old origin stones mine from the edge of the origin stone mine. Do you dare? The so-called edge of the origin stone mine referred to the area thousands of miles away from that divine mine. It could not really be the origin stones mine from that life-forbidden zone. Even so, this kind of origin stone was still extremely expensive because sometimes they would really find rare and good origin stones. Why not? Yi Fan also wanted to see what was different about the so-called origin stone mine's edge. In the 9th floor courtyard, there were not many origin stones. There were only 50 to 60 of them, ranging from goose eggs to millstones. There were no big stones that exceeded 1,000 caddies. In this place, one origin stone could only buy 1 caddy of stone. Could be said to be ridiculously expensive. Not many people were willing to come here and squander. Do you want to take advantage of me? There are dozens or even hundreds of caddies of stones here. Can there really be good origin stones? This is too ridiculous. Wang Shu said discontentedly. What do you know, monkey? The origin stones transported from the edge of the origin stone mine are all divine materials. If there is a miraculous origin stone, it will be priceless and immeasurable. Truly a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Qingxia sect's young Master Lu's close friends all mocked. By now Yi Fan already knew young Master Lu's name, Lu Qingzhen. The corner of Lu Qingzhen's mouth carried a cold smile as he looked at them almost mockingly. Dumbo did not know how to beat around the bush and directly said, "You've already lost so badly, yet you still think you're extraordinary. In a bit you'll gamble until your face turns green." The others all followed in and surrounded the dozens of old stones. Everyone was talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yi Fan furrowed his eyebrows in the process of selecting the stones. The people at Rongxiang Stone Gambling House were very evil. He discovered that at least 1/3 of the origin stones had been cut open and sealed up with a clever technique. The stones here indeed gave him a very special feeling. He was a little uncertain. The stone's skin was very strange, as if it was contaminated with demonic power. He drew in a cold breath. The origin stones collected thousands of miles away from the origin stone mine were already like this. If the stones unearthed from that divine mine, it would be unimaginable. While the people in the courtyard were viewing the stones, they were also talking about other things. Someone mentioned the fairy stone square of the Jade Pool and suggested that everyone go there in the afternoon. Why? A fairy from the Jade Pool has come to Flat Rock City. She will definitely show up in the afternoon. Do you guys think it's the Jade Pool's saintess? I heard that she is patrolling everywhere. The fairy that came to Flat Rock City is very likely to be her. Chapter 201. The 9th floor gave Yi Fan a strange feeling. These stones made him feel uneasy. Is this the aura of the origin ancient mine? He had this thought. The Heavenly Book of Source was a wondrous book. It contained the art of heaven perception. Yi Fan had already touched upon this peerless Genesis technique and had a superficial understanding of it. He felt that he could feel the aura of the origin ancient mine. This kind of concentrated and unique aura should originate from that demonic earth. In the northern region, the most terrifying place was that ancient divine mine. No one knew when it had come into being. This is it. Lu Qingzhen had already chosen and patted the origin stone. That stone was as big as a person's head and weighed more than 10 kilograms. It was shaped like a crouching bull and had a very heavy aura. This stone will definitely come from the source. It's just a matter of how much. Master Yuan nodded. Have you chosen? Lu Qingzhen glanced at Yi Fan. Wait a little longer. He was a little uncertain. The aura of the demonic earth made it very difficult for him to distinguish between origin stones. It felt hazy and hard to grasp. What exactly is in that strange place? Even the stone itself has been infected. Yi Fan eliminated the 20 fake origin stones and began to choose from the remaining 38. There are too few stones on this floor. Dumbo was dissatisfied and complained in a low voice. These are stones mined from the edge of the origin ancient mine. It's good enough to transport a few dozen here. Most of them are sent to the Holy City. How many people in Flat Rock City would dare to bet on something like this? The Holy City is different. The experts of the Eastern Wastelands, the imperial family of the Central Plains, and the giants of the northern region frequently appear there. There are even people who dare to gamble with the ancient materials from the origin ancient mine. The main reason is that this stone is too expensive. No one can afford it. Someone sighed. Master Yuan of Rongxiang Gambling House shook his head and said, "This is already considered cheap. The origin stones sent to the holy city are all exorbitant. Most of the stones are more expensive than pure origin stones." "No way, who would be such a sucker? There's something you don't know. At that level, the gamble is no longer on the pure source, but on the more valuable things contained within the source." Someone at the side nodded in agreement and said, "Origin stones contain too many secrets. Origin is not the most precious. These seemingly unremarkable stones may contain peerless treasures." Yifan finally chose the stone. It was a cyan-colored stone with light yellow patterns on it. This stone was not very big, weighing about a dozen pounds. Everyone was completely speechless. They felt that his choice of stone was too unreliable. "I say, little brother, you really like to take the unusual path. You even dared to choose such a stone. This is the famous watermelon stone." "That's right, this is a watermelon stone. At most it will produce some watermelon seed-like origin granules. It's impossible for it to produce large pieces of origin granules. This stone of yours weighs more than 10 kilograms, which means that you need to spend more than half a kilogram of pure source. The gains do not make up for the losses." This stone had clear patterns on it, just like the patterns on watermelons. It did match its name. "Even if you get a few dozen seeds, it won't be more than 1 or 2 pounds. It's definitely a loss." Among the onlookers, a few old people kindly reminded him, but most of them were mocking him. "I can choose one with my eyes closed, and it's still better than this watermelon stone. You little monkey, hurry back to the mine. This place really doesn't suit you. You don't even know this kind of common sense, and you still have the nerve to gamble on stones. A blind cat can't always find a dead mouse." Lu Qingzhen waved his folding fan and revealed a mocking smile. He circled around the watermelon stone and laughed. "Good stone." The people around him also mocked and slapped the watermelon stone, constantly mocking him. "Normal people really can't choose a good stone." "That's right. We normal people wouldn't dare to choose anyway. If there's a treasure later, I'll really swallow the stone this time to broaden my horizons." "You said that?" Dumbo was serious. He recognized that person and said, "This time I can see clearly that you said it. If there's a good source, you'll really swallow the stone?" "That's right, I said it." A young man beside Lu Qingzhen mocked, "You want to cut out a watermelon stone to get something good? Keep dreaming. Everyone you see, right? You have to be a witness. When the time comes, he'll have to swallow the stone." Wang Shu came forward and said to the people around him, "Cut the stone." After Master Yuan paid his respects to the original god, he came forward with his tool. His knife moved like a dragon and a snake, cutting open Lu Qingzhen's stone. The old stone kept falling to the ground, and not long after, a radiance flashed. Such a pure source. After peeling off a few pounds of stone, there was already a bright light. The exposed source didn't have a single trace of impurity. It was crystal clear and very clean. Soon the crowd cried out in surprise again. This source was gradually dug out. It was no less than 2 pounds, and for a stone gambler of this level, it was very precious. Worthy of being a stone from the edge of the origin ancient mine. One had to know that a mine could only produce 1 to 2 pounds of source, but this stone had cut out so much. Cut the watermelon stone. I'll count the total number of seeds and see if there's 1 or 2 pounds. The people beside Lu Qingzhen sneered. Crack. Master Yuan didn't delay and immediately cut the watermelon stone. The old stone rustled and fell to the ground. Soon half of the stone layer was peeled off. It's really of the highest quality. There aren't even any seeds. Ah, it looks like there's no harvest. The person who had said he would swallow the stone was gloating. In the end, it was no bigger than a pigeon's egg. At this point, everyone understood that it was a white stone with nothing inside. Even Yi Fan sighed. He felt that the stone brought back from the edge of the origin ancient mine was too strange and hard to control. Master Yuan threw the thumb-sized stone on the ground. He didn't cut it into pieces. Watermelon stone, there will at least be some melon seed-like source. The stone you chose is really of the highest quality. There isn't even a single source. It seems like I can't swallow the stone even if I want to. So I really want to have a taste. Damn your second grandpa. Erling felt suffocated. He directly kicked the small stone on the ground. The thumb-sized stone smashed into a large stone and shattered on the spot. Right at this moment, blinding radiance rushed out. The rich spiritual essence couldn't disperse it at all. There's a treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. Several figures rushed over. Yifan was even faster than them. He was the first to arrive and place that dazzling sphere of light in his palm. What kind of source is this? In Yifan's palm was a rice-sized source. It was extremely small, but it flickered with brilliance. It was extremely mysterious. Ancient insect source. It really is an ancient insect source. This is an archaic spiritual insect, sealed within the source. Correct, it truly is an archaic spiritual insect. Unfortunately, it's too young. Don't look down on it for being small. This rice-sized insect is worth several dozen gene of source. It was too late for the master of the source to regret. He wanted to slap himself a few times. They had secretly cut open some source, but they had missed out on the most precious one. In Yifan's palm was a rice-sized insect. It was sparkling and translucent, formed from the source. Correct, it's that kind of ancient insect. It specialized in eating source in ancient times. Its entire body condenses origin essence. It's a special spiritual insect. A finger-sized red source was worth 5 gene of pure source, while a rice-sized ancient insect source was worth several dozen gene. One could imagine how precious this ancient spiritual insect was. Ancient insect source can be used in medicine. Every great sage's land has some ancient secret recipes. They all need it when refining medicine. If sold in the holy city, it would be worth 100 gene of pure source. This was truly shocking. It was just a rice-sized insect, yet it had such a huge value. Even Yifan felt that it was inconceivable. This is not an ordinary insect. It has been extinct for countless years. In ancient times, it ate source and spat out origin essence. It is very rare. The people of Rongxiang gambling house were regretting their decision. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen this source no matter what. News of such a rare ancient insect source would have spread throughout Flat Rock City. It was worth dozens or even hundreds of gene of pure source. It was already a very large sum here. At this moment, Lu Qingyan's face turned green. Ancient insect source was very rare. It was worth 100 gene of source. He could not afford it. How could he cut out such a xenogeneic source? It's not fair. The people around Lu Qingyan were all in disbelief. Dumbo happily walked up and took Lu Qingyan's source bag. He even put away the cut Lu Qingyan had cut out source bag. You owe us 90 gene of source bag. What do you think we should do? Dumbo puffed out his chest and looked very tough. Lu Qingyan felt like jumping into the river. His face was very ugly. If they were in the wild, he would have killed them already. Young Master Lu is a hero of the Qingxia sect. He will not go back on his word. Don't worry. He will pay you back in the future, the people around Lu Qingyan scolded. Who are you scolding? Remember, it is he who owes us. Wang Shu walked up and stared at that person. He said, you were the one who said that if you cut out a treasure, you would have to eat the stone skin. Yes, it was you. I remember it clearly. Hurry up and eat the stone skin. Dumbo walked up and did not let it go. He grabbed the person's collar and forced him to eat the stone skin. There was a burst of laughter around. If it were not for the fact that the gambling house had a strong background and did not allow fights, this person would have been angry. He was very embarrassed. Let go. You lost the bet. You said you wanted to eat the stone skin. If you are a man, don't go back on your words. Hurry up and eat it. This person lost face and wanted to find a hole to hide in. He gritted his teeth and took out half a kilogram of stone essence and stuffed it into Dumbo's hand. He then ran away, causing the crowd to laugh. Lu Qingyan was also very angry. He forced himself to borrow a pen and paper from the Rongxiang stone gambling house. He wrote an IOU and left without looking back. Yifan walked around the Rongxiang stone gambling house and found that there were too many fakes. The three did not stay for long and left. It was close to noon. The others had also dispersed to find a place to eat. They would go to the Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market in the afternoon. Today is so relaxing. Dumbo was noisy. Wang Shu was also very excited. He said, the ancient insect source is worth 100 kilograms of stone. It is so dreamy. Yifan had a small test. He felt that the book of source of origin was mysterious. It was indeed an extraordinary scripture. He felt that he could enter the Holy Palace secret realm after he returned. The northern region's source was like a divine land to him. Could constantly transform. The three chose a restaurant and drank in a private room. They did not leave until 2 hours later. The Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market was located in the eastern part of Flat Rock City. The environment was elegant. There were many ancient trees planted around, providing a large area of shade. It was already afternoon. The doors were already open. There were many fallen leaves on the steps, giving off a very natural feeling. Not long after entering the Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market, Yifan noticed a few old men with extraordinary temperaments. They stood outside the crowd and were discussing something. The Holy City source stones are too expensive, but they can really produce good things. Someone cut out a demon eye not long ago. I heard that too. It's not as simple as just an eye. I think there was even a fresh demon bone. Its value is inestimable. The old men with extraordinary temperaments were discussing softly. These old men are getting more and more mysterious. Dumbo stood not far away and heard everything clearly. He whispered, "The more they talk, the more unreliable they become. If they continue, the fairy flying from the stone and the world's most beautiful woman walking out will all become real." Wang Shu also laughed softly. The older people get, the more they like to think. In their eyes, there is everything in the source stone. It's not impossible to find a heavenly scroll. What do you two little monkeys know? The old men had sharp ears. They heard their words and turned around to glare at them. The source stone is the rarest spirit item in the world. It can produce anything, an old man said seriously. The things you are talking about have really been produced before. Old man, your beard is already white. How can you still speak so stupidly? Dumbo's words could really choke people to death. He did not know how to be tactful at all. Damn it, you little bastard, what are you talking about? Do you know how to speak? The old man was so angry that his beard was sticking up. Wang Shu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He tugged at the corner of Dumbo's clothes and apologized. Please don't take it to heart, sir. This brother of mine is too honest and never thinks before speaking. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. According to the ancient records of the North, a peerless beauty had really been dug out over 100,000 years ago, in other words during the primordial era. She had walked out of the source stone. One of the elders spoke again. Unfortunately, she still managed to escape despite being surrounded and intercepted by the various holy lands. Really? Dumbo craned his neck and approached the old men. How big was the source stone? Was that woman a demon or a deity? Not far away, Yifan's heart was also moved and he listened attentively. Go away. I can't be bothered with you. One of the old men did not like Dumbo at all. There are secrets hidden within the source stone. There must be a reason why the royal family of the Zhongzhou continent would always have peerless elites watching over the holy city and purchasing the wondrous stones at all costs. I've also heard that the ancestors of this family obtained a heavenly tome from the source stone, which allowed them to rise unstoppably. Yifan's heart trembled. This was truly shocking. Dumbo and Wang Shu looked at each other. They felt like they were listening to a story of a deity. Hey old man, are your words reliable? How can there be a book in the source stone? Dumbo scratched his head. I say, you little bastard, why are your words so unpleasant to hear? Go somewhere cool and stay. The old men's faces darkened. They walked to the side and no longer paid him any attention. Yifan could not calm down. There were too many mysteries hidden within the source stone. It was more complicated and mysterious than he had imagined. He was glad that he had obtained the heavenly tome of source. With this extraordinary scripture, he would be able to conquer the world in the future and uncover everything. It seems like the stone buried underground not only contains the source stone, but also something even more precious. There were countless secrets buried beneath this vast reddish-brown land, waiting to be discovered. Chapter 202. The Jasper Pool Fairy Stone Square was quiet and elegant. Exotic trees and precious herbs were planted in the courtyard. Stones were scattered around like a rockery, scattered and elegant. Their layout was very particular. The gurgling spring, the pavilion covered with vines, and the stones were everywhere. It gave people a refreshing feeling as if they had returned to nature. Is the fairy from Jasper Pool who came to Flat Rock City their saintess? I heard that the saintess of Jasper Pool is patrolling around the northern region. It is very likely that she came in person. Otherwise, the Fairy Stone Square would not be closed in the morning. Many people came here with the purpose of seeing the true face of the saintess. Because the reputation of Jasper Pool was too great. Not only did it spread throughout the eastern wilderness, but it also spread to the central state and the northern desert. It was regarded as the holy land with the most divine aura. All the women in the sect were born with the wisdom of heaven and earth. Many young people from big forces would be proud to marry the fairies of Jasper Pool. However, almost no one could do it. Even the powerful families of the remote antiquity and the great sage could only look on from afar. The disciples of Jasper Pool were almost not allowed to marry outside, not to mention the saintess of the sect. In such a long time, there had only been 1 or 2 occasions where the saintess married someone else. Yi Fan suddenly felt that someone was peeping at him. He could not help but look back and saw a young man in a purple robe. He was surrounded by people like stars around the moon standing not far away. Beside him there were a few people who looked very familiar. They had all met at the Rongxiang Stone gambling house. At that time they were all beside Lu Qinzhen. At this moment they were all led by the man in purple. People from the Qingxia sect. Yi Fan frowned, but he was not worried. With his current cultivation, reaching the Nirvana realm made him a small master. Although there was no way to compare with the descendants of the Holy Land, in a small sect, he was definitely the so-called young hero. This guy's cultivation is not weak either. Yi Fan was a little surprised that the other party had reached the Nirvana realm. The man in purple glanced at him almost contemptuously, then turned around and no longer looked at him. Beside him there were a few people with unfriendly gazes. They glanced over a few times and discussed something in low voices. Yi Fan smiled coldly and didn't care. Even the terrifying Ji family and the powerful Yaoguang Holy Land couldn't do anything to him. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of a hero from Qingxia sect. Damn monkey, you haven't returned to the mine yet. You've earned so many sources, are you still not satisfied? A person from the Qingxia sect came over and his words were full of provocation. Are you here to return your origin? Yi Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, if you're not, then get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. This was just a servant of Qingxia sect. He dared to speak like this. Naturally he would not give a good face. You, how dare you behave so atrociously in Flat Cliff City? You actually dared to make young Master Lu Qinzhen write an IOU. You really don't know the meaning of death. You owe my origin and still threaten me. Are you speaking on behalf of Qingxia sect? Yi Fan glanced at him and said, a little servant dares to talk nonsense. Get lost. He scolded lightly. Others couldn't feel anything, but in the ears of this servant, it was like thunder. His ears buzzed and he sat on the ground. His face changed and he said, you, not far away. Those people were taken aback. The man in purple slowly walked over and looked down at Yi Fan saying, you're quite powerful. You flatter me. Yi Fan responded casually. He didn't look at him but looked at the beautiful scenery of Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square. Do you really think I'm flattering you? Sure enough, you're just a laborer who only knows how to mine. The person next to him mocked. Someone at your level can only understand this kind of meaning. Yi Fan glanced at him and then stopped Wang Shu and Dumbo who wanted to come over. He asked them to stay aside and not get involved. I heard that my brother Lu Qinzhen owes you 90 kilograms of origin. I wonder if it's true? The man in purple asked lightly. Yes, are you here to pay for him? Yi Fan responded unhurriedly. Give me the promissory note. I'll see if it's true. The man in purple stretched out his hand indifferently and asked Yi Fan for it. Yi Fan took out a piece of paper and handed it to him with 2 fingers. The man in purple did not look at it but directly threw it to the person next to him and said, look carefully, is this Qingyin's handwriting? It's fake. How could this be the promissory note written by the second young master? It's clearly forged. The person next to him took the paper and did not look at it at all. He directly tore it into pieces. Then he rubbed it hard with his hand and turned it into powder, falling to the ground. You're really brave. You even dare to blackmail me and pour dirty water on Qingyin's head. The man in purple sneered and stared at Yi Fan saying, I think you're really so poor that you've gone crazy. How could these monkeys know how to identify stones? It's obvious that they want to blackmail us. If we don't teach them a lesson, it'll be hard to calm down. Take them out and beat them half to death. At the side, those people all shouted and wanted to pull Yi Fan away. You've gone too far. Dumbo's eyes were red. Seeing that the promissory note was torn into pieces, he wanted to fight with his life. How can you do this? Wang Shu was also anxious and incomparably angry, but he felt helpless. Qingxia sect was a sect, and it was not something that their stone stronghold could contend against. It's only right to pay back a debt. Don't you think it's despicable to do this? Yi Fan said coldly and stopped Dumbo and Wang Shu at the same time. Little bastard, what are you talking about? Who owes you source? The person next to the man in purple scolded. Take out the real promissory note. If you don't have it, I'll break your legs today. You dare to blackmail people at such a young age. Not far away, Dumbo wanted to rush over and bite off a few pieces of their flesh. Teach these monkeys a lesson. If they don't take out a few dozen source, we can't let them go today. Why bother talking nonsense with them? Just drag them out and beat them half to death first. The people around the man in purple surrounded him and wanted to drag Yi Fan away. They didn't dare to make a move in the courtyard because they were afraid that Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square would be angry. Get the hell away from me. Yi Fan glanced at these people and said, "Don't you want to see the promissory note? I'll show you carefully." Speaking up to here, he took out another piece of paper. However, he didn't hand it over but just waved it in front of everyone. This is. The person who tore the paper just now was shocked. This was clearly the real promissory note. The one just now was fake. He didn't even look at it before he tore it. The man in purple turned around and glanced at him. Instantly that person shuddered. Then, with a ferocious glint in his eyes, he was about to pounce forward and snatch the real promissory note. "You all really are quite daring, actually acting atrociously in Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square in broad daylight. Do you really not place the fairies of the Holy Lands in your eyes?" Yi Fan berated loudly, his voice traveling extremely far. In front of them, all the people who came to gamble heard it and looked back. "What's going on?" A clear and melodious voice was heard. It was a young girl from Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square. "Fairies of Jade Pool, please forgive us. We quarreled in a moment of impulse." The man in purple cupped his hands at the people in front of him. In the distance, the people around the man in purple glared at Yi Fan. "What? Do you still want to behave atrociously? Why don't we ask the fairies of Jade Pool to come out and judge?" Yi Fan looked at these people and sneered. "What? Do you still want to behave atrociously? Why don't we invite the fairies of Jade Lake to judge this?" Yi Fan looked at these people and sneered. The man in purple flicked his sleeves and walked forward. Those people followed closely behind. "Brat, keep the promissory note well. Don't lose it." One of them looked over hatefully, his words cold. "Don't worry, I will keep it well and wait for you to return it." Yi Fan flicked the promissory note and put it in his sleeves. The courtyard inside was even quieter. There was a lake in front of them. Even though it was small, it was clear and bright. The shore was covered in old vines. It was extremely beautiful. On the shore, stones were piled up to form a natural scene. At the lakeside there was a pavilion built near the water. That place was actually shrouded in celestial mist. The pavilion was hidden among the ancient trees, surrounded by lush greenery and covered by mist. The sound of the zither came from there. It cleansed the mind and made one relax involuntarily. The zither was long and gentle, refreshing and full of charm. Even though it was shrouded in celestial mist, one could see that there was a fairy playing the zither in the pavilion. She was otherworldly, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if an illusion had appeared. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. A flawless woman stood alone in the clouds. This kind of music made one's emotions rise and fall along with the music. Yi Fan was shocked. This person's attainments were extraordinary. He was not below Hua Yunfei's and was close to the Tao realm. Yes, the zither music had a magical power that could affect one's emotions. At this moment, the fish in the lake gathered in the clear water in front of the pavilion. They swayed their heads and tails as if they were dancing. They were completely immersed in the music. Even if she's not the Jade Lake's holy maiden, she's still a stunning figure, Yi Fan thought to himself. It is the successor of Jade Lake. Their holy maiden is really here, an old man said. Yi Fan turned around and saw that it was the old man with the extraordinary aura who had been choked by Dumbo. "How do you know?" Dumbo asked as if he was familiar with them. The old men's faces darkened. No one paid attention to him and they talked among themselves. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden is famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Her identity is not small. I'm afraid her arrival will attract many young talents. I saw a kid from the Jiang family just now. There is also a young man from the Yaoguang Holy Land who thinks he is elegant. I've seen them all in the Holy City. There are indeed many people here. A few small bandits are here too. Don't tell me those bastards want to snatch the Jade Lake Holy Maiden? If they really do that, it will be very interesting. The Jade Lake is indeed extraordinary. Whether it is in our era or now, people of the same generation cannot resist their celestial charm. These old men were obviously not ordinary. Yi Fan felt lucky that he hadn't offended them. He believed that people of their statuses would not mind Dumbo's words at all. At the same time, Yi Fan was also very surprised. According to these old men, all the talents of the great sage's land had come. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's charm was obvious. Ding dong. The last trill ended, and the sound of the zither faded away. The wooden door of the pavilion overlooking the lake was pushed open, and a few beautiful women walked out in a line. The last one was like the moonlight covering her body like a fairy. Her whole body was hazy and couldn't be seen clearly, but she gave off a flawless feeling. She was graceful and slender. Shrouded by the splendor, she seemed to be standing in the moon palace. Holy and distant, people felt that they could never get close to her. "What are you stupid monkeys doing here?" someone mocked. Yi Fan felt sick. He didn't expect to stand together with the man in purple again. Is this the territory of the Qingxia sect? If not, all of you shut up. Yi Fan glanced at them a few times. Fine, fine, fine. I will let you be stubborn for now. You will cry later. The people next to the man in purple all sneered. Chapter 203. Yi Fan didn't want to tangle with the people of the Qingxia school. He took Wang Shu and Dumbo and walked to a far distance from them. The lakeside was decorated with green trees and pavilions. This place looked poetic and picturesque. There was no noisy discussion here. People here felt tranquil, talking in a low voice. Everyone with high status in Flat Rock City had come here, including the experts of Rongxiang's gambling den and some other sections. Yi Fan observed carefully. He was astounded. It was Tu Fei. He's here to join the fun. I'm sure he's up to no good. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. That man was a loudspeaker. He dared to say anything and everything. Tu Fei stood with some young men. They were either ferocious or full of bandit aura. At first glance they looked like roving bandits. They must be the bandits the old men mentioned. Yi Fan moved away from that place. He didn't want to be recognized by that loudmouth. Otherwise it would create a lot of trouble. With those fellows here it would be a big mess. At least, Tu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. I wonder why the Jade Lake Saintess has come to Flat Rock City. Is it just a simple tour? It's hard to say. Jade Lake has always been low-key. It's hard for outsiders to know their affairs. Everybody was guessing, gazing at the pavilion by the lakeside. The Jade Lake Saintess was shrouded in a layer of mist. Although they couldn't see her face, it made people want to see her fairy-like face. She had a celestial body and a jade-like body. Her body was built according to the golden ratio. She was absolutely beautiful. However, the most attractive part of her was her blurry appearance. Her voice was gentle like the sound of nature. It was like a warm breeze blowing into people's hearts, touching their heartstrings. It had a strange magical power. Until she finished, many people woke up from their dream. She had told them that Jade Lake wanted to show some stones for them to evaluate. If they had good eyes, Jade Lake would reward them handsomely. This woman is so dangerous. Yi Fan was shocked. The other party's words spread out like ripples, containing Tao power, making one involuntarily develop a good impression. As for what her voice was like, it was gradually forgotten, ignored, only remembered as incomparably beautiful and moving. It's a very unusual feeling. Is this the celestial charm that those old men were talking about? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Jade Lake Saintess gave off a very special feeling. Whether it was her celestial body or her voice, they were all very hazy and somewhat unreal. It was as if she was far away in the heavens. Yes, in short, it was hazy. Under her signal, several white-clothed girls came over on the waves like fluttering butterflies. They took out 9 pieces of stone from the sapphire-like lake and lined them up on the shore. Of the 9 stones, the largest weighed 1,000 kilograms, and the smallest was only the size of a palm. They looked very ordinary and there was nothing special about them. Everyone, please step forward and carefully examine these origin stones to see if there's anything special about them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was too ethereal, almost illusory. Her voice was like that of a fairy. Her voice is intoxicating. If I could marry her, I would have no regrets in this life. The big-mouthed Tu Fei muttered. Everyone nearby heard him. Not far away, the old men that Yi Fan saw earlier chuckled and whispered to each other. These little bandits are really here to cause trouble. They don't dare to. They're just here to join in the fun. The Grand Supreme Elder of Jade Lake is following them. This generation's Jade Lake Saintess is extremely talented. She is unrivaled among her peers. Even without anyone to protect her, she can still move unhindered in the north region. Many people squeezed forward to observe the stones. They all wanted to know what was going on. Yi Fan stood still. He was afraid that the people from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land were also there. If they were discovered, he would be in big trouble. Feels like something is calling me. Erlung was a little confused. I also have an illusion. My body is not feeling well and my blood is flowing faster. There seems to be a special magic power in front. Wang Shu was also puzzled. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "You guys have a special feeling?" "Yes, it feels very familiar but also very strange." "It's very strange." Wang Shu described carefully. "It's related to the 9 stones in front of us." Erlung stared at the stones by the lake. "Don't make a sound." Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Zhang Wuya vaguely mention that Wang Shu and Erlung's ancestral bloodline was very unusual. It was probably due to their innate spiritual sense. There were 3 surnames in the stone village. One was Zhang, a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. The other 2 were Wang and Lei. According to legend, the ancestors of the Wang and Lei surnames were young children adopted by the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. Their bloodline was special, but Zhang Wuya did not say the details. Yi Fan practiced the Book of Source of Heaven and did not feel anything special. But these 2 were restless and felt uncomfortable, which surprised him deeply. No, I have to think of a way to go forward and take a look. Although I haven't mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth in the Book of Source of Heaven, I have learned a little bit. Yi Fan backed up and then he used a wondrous technique. All of the bones in his body crackled and in the end his shoulders became a bit wider. His cheekbones and other areas on his face also bulged. His handsome face became masculine. His face looked like it had been carved by a knife. He now had a sharp aura which was totally different from before. I can't maintain it for a long time, but I can deceive them for a while. Next to him Erlung and Wang Shu gawked and dropped their jaws. They wanted to say something but Yi Fan stopped them. You guys go there. No matter what you find, don't make a sound. We'll talk when we get back. The 2 nodded, squeezing into the crowd. The big-mouthed Tu Fei also came forward. He circled around the 9 stones and observed for a while. Fairies of the Jade Lake, if I tell you something, will you be rewarded? We will invite you to stay at the Jade Lake for a while to fulfill some of your wishes, answered a female disciple of the Jade Lake Holy Land. My grandfather doesn't forget it. He always says that the Jade Lake is a good place. But I don't dare to go there. I'm afraid that if I go there, I will become a prisoner and I will never be able to get out. You little bandit, are you here to cause trouble? A middle-aged woman's voice arose from the tower. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to watch. Tu Fei took several steps back and said, My grandfather asked me to greet you. Then you should behave yourself. After that voice arose from the tower, it was silent. Yi Fan was moved. Inviting them to stay at the Jade Lake was a good chance. He was worried about the heart technique of the Dao Palace's secret domain. However, it wasn't the right time. He hadn't learned the sky and earth changing great technique yet, so it was inconvenient for him to travel. The 9 stones had a dim color. Although they were fished up from the lake, they still had a rustic aura as if they had just been dug out not long ago. Yi Fan rubbed them with his hand. He felt a strange sensation. These origin stones seemed to possess a strange energy that made him feel uneasy. All of a sudden he was moved. It was the aura of the absolute beginning ancient mine. He used to cut this kind of stone in the 9th courtyard of Rong Xiang's gambling den. However, the aura of these 9 stones in front of him was much thicker. They weren't in the same order of magnitude. I can feel it. These stones are transported from that forbidden land, said the big-mouthed Tu Fei. I wonder if it's true. The Jade Lake Saintess had returned to her tower. A female disciple nodded and asked, Do you have any other special feeling? No. Tu Fei took several steps forward. His big mouth came back again. Is it true that the Jade Lake's disciples can't marry? I've heard that in the distant past, 1 or 2 saintesses had married someone else. Everybody behind him was in an uproar. Usually no one dared to talk about this taboo topic. This man had a big mouth and dared to ask anything. The Jade Lake's female disciple wasn't enraged. She just smiled, shook her head and said nothing. Tu Fei, don't pretend to be crazy here. You're the descendant of the 13 great bandits. You dare to show up here? Be careful or you won't be able to leave Flat Rock City, sneered someone. Who's talking nonsense? Tu Fei looked around, searching the crowd. You're using filthy words. Don't disrespect the Jade Lake's fairies. The voice arose again. It came from the left and then the right. Apparently it was a young hotshot. It was hard to tell where he was. Hypocrite. I've spoken out for many people. What's wrong with that? The Jiang family's Saint Master said that. Tu Fei didn't care. Nonsense. How could the Jiang family's Saint Master say that? Someone scolded him discreetly. It was another person, not the one who had just spoken. Many people guessed that he was the outstanding young man of the Jiang family. I remembered it wrong. Alcade Saint Master said that. Tu Fei patted his forehead and said, Alcade Saint Master said that a man who doesn't want to push down the saintess isn't a good man. As soon as he said that, the entire place clamored. Tu Fei had guts. How could he say something like that? Many people laughed out loud. This man was a bastard. More than one person from the Yaoguang Holy Land had come, and they were all furious. This B***** was too mean. Even if he wanted to slander someone, he couldn't do it like that. The few of them had the urge to rush over and slap him. This big mouth was spouting nonsense and it really made people want to kill him. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fight in the celestial stone market of the Jade Lake, a battle would have been inevitable. Am I wrong? Tu Fei said eloquently. Look at your Yaoguang Holy Land. It's okay if you have a saintess, but you also want to have a saint's son. In the past, almost all the saintesses have married the saint's son, who will be the future Saint Lord. Isn't it obvious? The saint's son who can't push down the saintess isn't a good saint's son. He can't become the Saint Lord. Everybody felt dizzy. This big mouth had no taboo. He could even understand this kind of thing. Many people tried to hold their laughter as they didn't want to offend the Yaoguang Holy Land. Tu Fei, you don't want to live long. Two young men walked out of the crowd. They were both handsome and elegant like immortals. Your saint's son is here. Why don't you say anything? Why do you two stand out? Apparently, Tu Fei didn't want to let the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land go. He shook his head and sighed. Your Saint Lord is wise. What he said makes sense. A man who doesn't want to push down the saintess isn't a good man. You stand up for others. You are destined not to become the saint's son because you're not good men. People here didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This big mouth was too wicked. Tu Fei, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, we will expel you immediately, said the great elder of the Jade Lake. All right, I won't talk more. Tu Fei shut his mouth resentfully. Yi Fan felt strange. Tu Fei avoided the Jade Lake, but he mocked the Yaoguang Holy Land. Apparently his attitude was different. At this moment, Dumbo and Wang Shu had touched 9 pieces of stone. From their eyes, Shi Yan could see that they weren't calm at all. However, they didn't say anything. As Yi Fan had asked them, they quietly retreated. Yi Fan didn't leave. He stood in front of the stone and continued to observe. All of a sudden, the crowd parted. A man and a woman walked out. The man was as handsome as a jade tree in the wind. The woman was graceful like an immortal. Even the pearls and jades were eclipsed. They didn't have a speck of dust on them. They could purify the mortal world. Their steps were light and graceful, bringing with them flows of immortal qi. They looked like gods. The saint son of Yaoguang and the saint daughter of Yaoguang, someone screamed in surprise. Yi Fan frowned. Meeting Yao Shi wasn't a good thing. He didn't change his countenance, taking several steps backward. The crowd blocked his way. Tu Fei, I know you've brought a lot of people. If you want to harm us, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The Yaoguang saint's son smiled brightly like a sun shining in the sky. Some people didn't want to show their special features. Their casual actions could show their extraordinary features. Without a doubt, the Yaoguang saint's son was this kind of person. He was outstanding like a crane among chickens. He was extraordinary and refined. Yao Shi was so beautiful that she could suffocate people. She was even more elegant and graceful. She was like a divine moon hovering in the sky. She made people around her feel inferior. Each inch of her skin looked like it didn't belong to the mortal world. It sparkled and sparkled with the aura of the immortal world. Tu Fei didn't care. Yaoguang saint's son, what can I say about you? You're not as wise as your saint master. You're not a good man. You won't have a chance later. The genius in our field is the best. Many people of the Yaoguang Holy Land had the impulse to beat him up and then kill him. The Yaoguang saint's son's smile didn't diminish. He looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Let me be clear. Tu Fei coughed and then said, you can't become the saint master of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Do you know why? It's because you can't marry the saintess. She doesn't belong to you anymore. Some young disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land wanted to storm over and press him on the ground to stomp on him. I'm telling the truth. You guys don't like it. People in our field have sharp eyes. We can judge people accurately. Tu Fei said seriously, Yao Shi doesn't belong to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Sooner or later she will join our field. You really know how to joke. The Yaoguang saint's son smiled and then shook his head. I know what you want. Your people can't kill us. If you don't believe me, wait until we leave Flat Rock City. You can attack us then. You still don't understand what I mean. Tu Fei's big mouth appeared again. Haven't you heard that Yao Shi has given the fragrant clothes to the geniuses of our field? Yao Shi's exquisite brows arched like thin smoke covering the bright moon. She looked like she was in the world of immortals. Her red lips parted as she said, Tu Fei, seems like you don't have long to live. People who were familiar with her knew that the murderous aura of the Yaoguang saint daughter had reached the acme. If they weren't in the Jadeite Lake Immortal Stone Square, she would have taken the divine sword already. It's strange. You and the genius of our field, Yi Fan, have been messy for a long time. We're on the same path. But why do I feel a strong murderous aura? Chapter 204. The great elder of the Jade Lake scolded Tu Fei, asking him to shut up and not talk nonsense. Although Tu Fei mumbled, he did as he was told. Many people could see that he avoided the Jade Lake as if he didn't want to have any conflict with them. The Yao Guang Saint's son beamed a faint smile like a beam of sunlight, warm and radiant. He gave people a feeling that he had transcended mortals. They always felt that he was lofty and didn't belong to the mortal world. Yes, he stood by the lake. He looked as handsome as jade with his sleeves fluttering. He looked like an immortal. Even in the crowd, people could see that he was different from the others. About Yao Shi, besides being noble and pure, she was the ultimate beauty. She was like a woman born in a dream. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her smile and frown were so charming. Her beauty made many people forget themselves. Tu Fei couldn't help but mutter, "Alas, the most painful thing in life is to be one step late." The bandits around them rolled their eyes. None of them were kind. They were all the descendants of the 13 great bandits. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saintess appeared. Immortal chi twirled around her. Lotuses bloomed with each step she took. Wherever her jade-like feet touched, the sparkling petals danced with a sweet fragrance. She personally led the Yao Guang Saint's son and the Saintess to the pavilion by the lake. Apparently they were old acquaintances. She didn't want them to confront the others here, so she solved this awkward situation. Yifan exhaled. He didn't want to meet the Yao Guang Saint's son and the Saintess. At this moment he had just set sail. After he got the original sky scripture, he needed to seize the time to increase his cultivation base. At this moment he couldn't compete with them. He squatted to observe the 9 pieces of stone and pondered. There must be something inside these stones. Moreover, it could be something extraordinary. There were many people surrounding the lakeshore. They were all carefully stroking and inspecting these stones. Everyone was discussing spiritedly with different viewpoints. All of a sudden Yifan was shaken. The biggest stone made him panic. The thing inside it should be something extraordinary. He patted it left and right to observe the patterns. It was a big white stone with a reddish-brown color. In the eyes of experts, it was a waste stone. This big stone weighed more than 2,000 pounds. If there was something inside, it would be very impressive. Yifan wanted to cut it with his saber. However, it was a stone from the Jade Lake, so he couldn't do it rashly. Today is a chance. If I can point out the strange features of these stones, the Jade Lake fairies will take me away. Unfortunately, my sky and earth-changing great technique hasn't been completed yet. Moreover, Yao Guang Saintess is here. Yifan sighed. After examining the 8 pieces of stone, he grabbed the smallest one. It was only the size of a palm. He stared at the stone patterns and his mind seemed to sink into it. Yifan. Fan sighed. Lake. Yifan. And Lakey. Yifan's Yifan. The business of dawn stones is indeed not just about gambling. For example, the people of the holy city are gambling on even more precious items. The blood in. Used to say. I say I Qin Yao of the Wang. Said. Of the Tuesday, the king. Blood. I think there's blood in one of the stones. It's really terrifying. It makes my heart beat faster. When I get close to it, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest, described Wang Shu. Dumbo appeared fearful as well and said, I can't tell what's inside the biggest rock, but it has a wild power that makes people shudder. Yifan rubbed his chin, assessing them. These two had strange bloodlines indeed. They could have such a feeling. It was similar to when he had studied the original sky scripture. Have you ever had such a feeling before? Never. The two of them shook their heads. Yifan thought that they could only sense the unusual star stones. What kind of bloodline did they have after all? When Zhang Wuya mentioned it, he was evasive. Apparently he had something to hide. When he got back, he needed to ask for more details. I'm afraid the Jade Lake Holy Land has dug out something good, said Tu Fei to the others. These 9 stones have demonic features. I'm sure they came from the area around the absolute beginning ancient mine. They have big guts. They're low-key, but they dared to do that. You don't understand. The Jade Lake isn't simple. I think it's the best among the great sages' lands when it comes to understanding the origin. I heard that a long time ago, a Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with them. He had taught them many original techniques. I've also heard that the Yuan Taoist master had made the great sages' lands suffer. He has a good relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. I guess they want to find the one with the legendary bloodline. The others standing next to Tu Fei all had tough auras. As they were the descendants of the 13 great bandits, they knew a lot. They were discussing in a low voice. Is there really such a bloodline? It's impossible. It's something that can take people's lives. Since the ancient time, there have been only 5 Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region. According to the records, None of them had that kind of bloodline. It's hard to say. They disappeared in their later years. Nobody knows where they went. Perhaps they got that bloodline when they didn't have much time left. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was exceptionally strong. Not many people could compare to him. As he was paying attention to Tu Fei's team, he vaguely heard their conversation. He was startled. Not good. We need to leave this place immediately to avoid Tu Fei from finding us. Of course, the most important thing was that he got a message from the others. Dumbo and Wang Shu probably had that kind of bloodline. They shouldn't let others find them. The Yuan Taoist master had adopted them in his later years. The origin of their bloodline made Shi Yan's hair rise on his nape. Many years ago, a target finally appeared. The great sage's lands had spent a lot of efforts to chase him, but they couldn't get that bloodline. Is the Yuan Taoist master really that strong? Tu Fei's group was still discussing in a low voice. Of course, the Yuan Taoist master is intimidating. His original technique is peerless. Since the ancient time, there are only 5 people like him. They have been wandering deep in the mountains and underground all year round. Only they could get that bloodline. I think after the Jade Lake Saintess leaves Flat Rock City, she will take the 9 stones to another place. She won't return to the Jade Lake for a short time. Perhaps they need that bloodline urgently. The more Yi Fan listened to them, the more he felt something was wrong. He turned to Wang Shu and Dumbo, assessing them. However, he didn't see anything special. Go. We should leave this place. Why should we leave? Didn't the Jade Lake Saintess say that if we sense something special, we will be taken to the Jade Lake to stay there? Wang Shu and Dumbo didn't want to leave. It's not a good thing. We must leave quickly. Yi Fan thought that they needed to avoid Tu Fei, Yao Shi, Wang Shu and Dumbo. No matter what, they had to leave. Since the Jade Lake Saintess wanted to go to another place, there was still a chance. As long as he learned the sky and earth changing great technique, he could send himself to her. At that time, even if he saw Yao Shi and Yao Guang Saint in the Jade Lake, he wouldn't have to worry. He would be completely free. It looks like Yao Shi really wants to go with the Jade Lake Saintess. Gotcha. Yi Fan heard the sound of bones moving. His face was recovering. His cheekbones were back in place. He couldn't delay any longer. He took the other 2 and quickly left the Jade Lake Fairy Stone Square. I have to get stronger. When I go back, I want to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. He made up his mind. Now there was only one thing stopping him. He lacked a huge amount of essence chi. This time he took out the fiery red source and the ancient bug source. They were enough for him to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. As long as the Jade Lake Heart technique recorded in the last few pages of the Book of Source of Heaven is suitable for me to cultivate, nothing can stop me from breaking through. He even felt that he could increase his cultivation quickly. The first realm of the Doctrine Palace could not stop him at all. He should be able to gather the essence he needed in Flat Rock City. Suddenly Yi Fan felt that someone was following him. He had not even left the city when he was followed. How reckless. He turned around and found that the people from the Qingxia clan had followed him. Some of them were sneering. Yi Fan did not fly. Instead he walked out of Flat Rock City. The more he walked, the more desolate it became. Although he was in an oasis, the reddish-brown stony ground could be seen from time to time. Finally he reached a place where there was no one else. The people behind him no longer had any scruples. They all caught up, sneering. The young man in purple actually followed him personally. The ancient bug source was rare and it tempted him. He slowly walked over. One had to know that even in the northern region, where the source was abundant, a small clan would be lucky to have 1,000 kilograms of source. The Qingxia clan was such a small clan. The fiery red source and the ancient bug source were enough for him to kill them. You stupid monkeys, aren't you going to run? Someone beside him mocked. Continue to be stubborn. Say something tough. We are all ears, another mocked. In the distance the sound of breaking air came. His blue robe fluttered. Lu Qingzhen appeared. He also chased after them. What are you doing? Yi Fan sneered. Country bumpkin, you still don't know life from death. The ignorant are truly fearless. 7 or 8 people smiled maliciously and surrounded him. Lu Qingzhen, are you here to return the source? Yi Fan's mouth slightly curled. You dare to take my source? Lu Qingzhen opened his folding fan, shook his head and sighed. I really want to spare your lives. Are you special? Yi Fan held the IOU and said sarcastically, you wrote the IOU yourself. Don't tell me you used it as a pig's hoof print? Stupid monkey. You are about to die, yet you are still so poor. Lu Qingzhen showed a contemptuous look and ordered those people. Don't kill them all at once. Torture them slowly. I don't have time to waste with you. Yi Fan's expression darkened. He leapt into the air and swept his right leg horizontally. The people who had just rushed up all screamed. Although they were all cultivators, how could their physiques compare to Yi Fan's? All of their bones and tendons were broken on the spot. You are not an origin gatherer. You are a cultivator. At such a young age, how could you? Lu Qingyan's pupils shrank. Yi Fan looked no more than 15 years old, but this kind of power made his heart turn cold. He was about to soar into the sky and escape. Yi Fan's palm pressed forward like a seal. This was the first time he had used the second secret of the 9 secrets. A terrifying battle intent spread out. Bang. One move, just one move, and Lu Qingyan was slapped into ashes. There was still some distance between the two of them, but such a terrifying result had been created. This kind of attack could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Behind them, Lu Qingyan's brother, the purple-robed man, was like a shadow. He flashed continuously and had already escaped more than a mile away. However, no matter how fast he could not be faster than Yi Fan's footwork. He seemed to have opened a path in the void and shrunk the ground to inches. He took a dozen steps and instantly caught up. You are also a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Do you not even have the courage to fight? Yi Fan sneered. He then handed the note in his hand forward and said, "Didn't you want this promissory note for your brother? The one that was torn earlier was fake. This time I'll give it to you." The purple-robed man Lu Qingwang was also decisive. Divine power surged all over his body and dazzled the eyes. He took out 4 weapons at the same time and slashed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was still using the fighting life art, but his hand gestures had completely changed. The most fundamental profound mysteries could produce thousands of moves. He was like a phoenix spreading its wings, his arms actually sparkling with crystalline light, producing strand after strand of divine feathers. He spread his arms like a real phoenix dancing in the sky. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. A pair of colorful wings appeared and flapped forward. Rustling sounds could be heard. The 4 weapons refined by the cultivator of the Nirvana realm all turned into fragments and fell to the ground like dust. What secret method is this? The purple-robed man Lu Qingwang was shocked. He believed that even a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm would find it difficult to display such terrifying power. Yes, he felt cold all over. That unparalleled fighting spirit and sharp offensive aura made him tremble uncontrollably. At this moment he could not stand steadily and had the urge to kneel down. This is the highest secret method of Taoism. You are not qualified to know it. Sooner or later, it will shake the Eastern Barren territory and make all the great sage tremble. It will be spread by the mouths of the saints and saintesses. Yi Fan was not calm. The second of the 9 secrets had exceeded his expectations. Its power was unparalleled. It was indeed the ultimate secret of attack. Let me go. I will do anything you want me to. The purple-robed man was terrified. He was suppressed by a powerful fighting spirit to the point of trembling. He no longer had the indifference and calmness he had in the past. The phoenix wings on Yi Fan's arms did not disappear. 5-colored divine light flowed, and each wing was crystal clear. It was very dazzling. The energy fluctuation could frighten one's soul. Plop. The purple-robed man could not stand this fighting spirit. His legs could not support him and he fell to the ground. He knelt down as if he had collapsed. He said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? You and I are both in the Nirvana realm. How can this be? This is too scary. This kind of secret method has never been heard of." He was almost talking in his sleep. His face was stuck to the ground and he could not even lift his head. The 9 secrets, oh the 9 secrets. If I can learn all of them, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan said to himself. But he knew that the 9 secrets were scattered all over the world and were almost lost. It was too difficult to get all of them. I will give you a chance. Use all your divine power to attack. Yi Fan retracted his hand. The pair of phoenix wings disappeared, and the pressure that was like Mount Tai dissipated. Kill? Lu Qingwang knew that the other party would not let him go. His ruthlessness surged and he pounced forward. His flesh and blood burned, wanting to destroy his sea of reincarnation and severely injure the handsome young man in front of him. Yi Fan only had one purpose in doing this, and that was to further understand the power of this secret method. He turned around slightly and swung his left leg. At this moment, a supreme pressure descended. An azure dragon actually appeared between his left leg. Its scales shone brightly and it was vigorous and powerful. The dragon's body coiled and the dragon's tail swung out. Lu Qingwang was terrified. His whole body was trembling and he suddenly went limp. Just this terrifying pressure alone made him unable to move. Bang! The azure dragon's tail swung onto his body. This attack directly turned the Nirvana cultivator into flying ash. Not to mention broken bones, not even a mist of blood was left behind. He was completely turned into ash. Yi Fan returned to the stone stronghold. Before he went into seclusion to break through, he first found Zhang Wuya. He wanted to ask him about the bloodlines of Wang Shu and Dumbo. Their blood has demonic qualities, Zhang Wuya answered after a long time. What exactly is going on? Yi Fan was shocked. Since you want to learn the source heavenly tome, there's no harm in telling you this secret. Zhang Wuya sighed and said, this has to start from the origins of their ancestors. Chapter 205. The setting sun was gentle and the afterglow was like water. The stone village was dyed with golden red light under the afterglow of the setting sun. The houses were all built with big stones. Yi Fan and Zhang Wuya sat on a green rock, looking at the red sun on the horizon and talking in a low voice. Our first ancestor behaved strangely in his later years. He often disappeared. One time he disappeared for more than half a year. When he reappeared he brought back 2 babies. They were very special. Yi Fan understood that they were the ancestors of the Wang and Lei families. He asked, what's so special about them? Those 2 babies had extraordinary strength. They could lift adults. This was passed down from mouth to mouth in the Zhang family. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. Babies could lift adults. This went against common sense. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't do it. He asked, are they humans? He had suspected this for a long time. The so-called mysterious bloodline made him think of many things. Especially after listening to the secrets Tu Fei had told him, he had made many deductions in his mind. You thought of it too. That's right. Besides, they have other characteristics. They don't look like humans. Zhang Wuya's voice was calm. Their blood is silver and their foreheads can emit light. Their eyes have double pupils. There are many other strange features. It's been a long time so they can't be passed down. Yi Fan was surprised. Their blood was silver, which meant they weren't humans. Their foreheads could emit light, so they were born with supernatural powers. Their eyes with double pupils were even more special. In the legends of ancient China, such people were mostly ancient emperors. If they weren't humans, it was hard to say. So, special. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered. After a long time he asked, did the Yuan Taoist master say anything? Didn't he tell us about their origins? At that time the first ancestor behaved strangely. What he did was hard for outsiders to understand. He sealed the 2 babies with his own hands. The Yuan Taoist master told his descendants that he would marry human wives for them. If the babies were also strange, they would be sealed. However, he didn't tell them about their origins. No one knew how many generations had passed, but the blood of the Wang and Lei clansmen had long since turned from silver to red. Gradually they were no different from normal people. After so many years had passed, only occasionally would 1 or 2 special children appear. Their foreheads would emit light, and after 100 days they would restrain themselves. They were born with divine techniques and strange abilities. Yi Fan looked towards the stone stockade. In the distance, Dumbo was waving at him and said, Brother Yi, my mother said to invite you to my house for dinner today. Okay, I'll definitely go, he promised with a smile. All of this was too inconceivable. Its origins were mysterious and it wasn't a human. He immediately thought of an ancient creature. The Yuan Taoist master was too audacious. First ancestor sighed in his later years. His greatest regret was not being able to enter Origin Ancient Mine. His unfulfilled wish was not being able to see Purple Mountain's future. Yi Fan was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. If I become the Yuan Taoist master? He thought of many things. In his later years, would something ominous happen to him? What kind of fate would await him? This was the last question that came to his mind. However, he could not care so much now. He needed the source, needed to become stronger, and needed the power to cross the starry sky. He had been in this world for 5 years. Every time he thought about it, he felt that time was pressing. On the second day, Yi Fan left the stone stockade and sealed himself underground. He was afraid that he would make too much noise when he broke through and hurt the people in the stockade. This time, his goal was not only to complete Permitha and be reborn, but also to break into the secret realm of the Tao Palace. He had been comprehending the Jade Pool Heart technique. Although it was incomplete, with only a few pages recorded in the Heavenly Book of Source, it gave him endless enlightenment. The secret realm of the Tao Palace, here I come. For half a month, Yi Fan's place of seclusion was silent. There was no sound until the 16th day. Dust and sand covered the sun, and smoke rose into the sky. This area was originally a barren land. It was reddish-brown with sand and stones everywhere. There was no life and only one or two weeds could be seen struggling to stand. However, it was full of life now. Green sprouts grew from the soil and stones, like the fire of hope, spreading out. Yi Fan had completed his sea of reincarnation. His body was reborn, and with the 9 transformations of Paramitha, the power of life overflowed, giving life to the withered grass. After eating the divine fruit twice and refining his body with the blood of the great emperor once, he was reborn for the 4th time. Every move he made was filled with divine power. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky, then the earth. He was lost in thought for a long time, silently savoring this new transformation. Then, without further delay, he flew away and found another place. He sank into the ground again, preparing to break into the secret realm of the Tao Palace. The ancient insect source was held in his palm, overflowing with essence energy wrapping around him. The sea of reincarnation was below the navel, about the size of a palm, and the Tao Palace was above it. Yi Fan comprehended the remnant of the Jade Pool ancient scripture and understood it. It corresponded to the 5 viscera and wrapped around the chest and ribs. The 5 gods in the Tao Palace were closely related to them. They could derive power of the Tao and transform it into vitality. It was indeed a place to nurture life. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were collectively known as the 5 viscera, also known as the 5 spirits. They stored essence energy without leaking and contained life without dying. It was an extremely powerful secret realm of the human body. If one could nurture the spirits, they would not die. The 5 spirits were always present, everlasting and everlasting. They connected the 5 chi to the heaven and earth, endless and eternal. The Tao Palace was a secret realm that could not be ignored. If one wanted to be immortal, one had to work hard in this secret realm. If one wanted to reach the next level and comprehend the celestial Tao, one had to evolve the 5 elements here. The ancient bug source in Yi Fan's hand was completely refined. Hazy mist and terrifying divine might surrounded him, sucking him in like a copper cauldron. Yes, at this moment he used his vigorous essence energy to forge a furnace of heaven and earth, using himself as a celestial pill to refine it. The other shore could not be seen and flowers could not be seen. The clouds rose and fell, and the divine palace appeared. Yi Fan could clearly see that there was a heavenly fault gate above the sea of reincarnation. As long as he rushed in, he would enter another secret realm. Raise my divine sail, break through the sea, and ascend another layer of heaven. A long and drawn-out voice sounded in the sea of reincarnation. He rode the wind and rose. The sea of bitterness overflowed, sending him into the clouds. The divine bridge stretched across the sky, extending to his feet and sending him to the front of the heavenly fault. Even from far away he could already see that there was a new world inside. The sea grew beneath his feet, and the heavenly fault opened in the clouds. The Tao gate that he yearned for even in his dreams was in sight. Yi Fan strode forward, getting closer and closer. He had long accumulated enough. Breaking into the Tao Palace in one go was not a dream or an illusion. Boom. The aura of deities came from within the heavenly fault gate. He felt the power of the Tao approaching. With just one more step he could enter the Tao gate. Yi Fan stopped and turned his head to look down. The sea surged and clouds and smoke rose. What he saw was not only the sea of reincarnation but also scenes of the past. The path he crossed was not only a secret realm but also a period of time. The tides rose and fell and the splendor scattered. He suddenly turned his head and took a step forward. In the next moment the sky was high and the earth was wide. He entered a new world that was full of vitality. At the same time, rumbling sounds came from within Yi Fan's body. The 5 chis faced the sky, and 5 dragon-like divine smoke rushed into the heavens. Who is this? The 5 chis pierced the heavens and broke through the heavens. Is this real? 100 li away, someone saw this strange scene and revealed an expression of disbelief. This is really hard to believe. This kind of Tao phenomenon is rare in this world. The various great sage lords at their prime and full of youthful vigor would not be able to do this. This kind of scene never appeared during their breakthroughs. Could it be the Jiang family's divine body? No, he can't appear here. Moreover, he has already experienced this realm. What kind of physique is this? Who is it that is breaking through? 100 li away saw the 5 chis soaring into the sky and quickly rushed in that direction, wanting to see the person in question. However, the distance was too far and he could not get there in time. The 5 dragon-like chis disappeared in the blink of an eye, quickly disappearing. Yi Fan ascended to the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, and now he was faced with a choice. Which gods should he cultivate first? The human heart is always moving, and the blood flows through the meridians, sending divine power everywhere. I should choose the heart's divine treasure. He thought for a moment and made a decision. The world of the Holy Ji Palace was a blur. There was fog everywhere waiting for him to explore. He could only rely on his feelings to find the divine treasure. The heart is the ruler of the body, the root of all things, and the master of the organs. It could be said that the root of everything was the manifestation of this divine treasure. Yi Fan walked straight forward, relying on his feelings, and soon broke through the fog and came close. The God's will of the heart was like an unbloomed lotus, not yet in human form. On the surface, it was still in the process of transformation. If one wanted to be immortal and wished to live forever, one had to start from this. Essence formed the foundation of the human body. To enter the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, one had to transform essence into spirit and give birth to the God's will. What is born is called essence, and when two essences fight, it is called God's will. Yi Fan recited the ancient sutra. He understood everything. Because he had read some of these words in ancient books on the other side of the starry sky, it was very smooth for him to cultivate in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. The innate essence is born and the acquired essence is nourished. The innate essence was born with the human body, and it was the beginning of one's heaven and earth. When the form was formed, the God was born, and when the form died, the God died. The acquired essence needed to be refined to nourish the God and nourish one's life. When he came close, Yi Fan felt waves of heat. The divine treasure in his heart was extremely full of yang qi. Man and the heaven and earth are one. The heaven has a sun and so does man. The son of the monarch father is also the sun. The human body corresponded with the heaven and earth, and the divine treasure in the heart was the sun of the human body. It was the foundation of all life, and it was the most important of the 5 realms of the Holy Ji Palace. This divine treasure was the sun of the God's will, and it used yang qi to promote the circulation of life power, maintaining the immortality of the human body, and giving it endless vitality. At that moment, Yi Fan realized that the fiery origin in his hand was extremely active. It turned into fire essence and rushed into his body, nourishing the God's will that was shaped like an unbloomed lotus. The heart is the heart of fire, and it illuminates all things. Yi Fan understood and said, "The sun of the body cannot be without yang. It nourishes all things, and it is the foundation of the body's longevity." Boom. The divine treasure in the shape of a lotus dispersed the mist, and Yi Fan felt comfortable. His pores relaxed and a strange power flowed out, flowing into every inch of his flesh. He had just entered the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. The innate essence was born, and the divine treasure in the heart was like the sun in the sky. It was like the beginning of heaven and earth, the birth of all things, and the sun of the human body appeared. The secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace was opened, and he would move forward step by step, opening up a new world. The wheel and the sea give birth to yin and yang, the 5 great divine treasures give birth to the 5 elements. Yes, the sea of reincarnation gave birth to yin and yang. He felt that he had grasped a trace of the secret of the ancient masters who cultivated only one secret realm. Yi Fan stood up and took a step forward, leaving the boundless land. Advancing to the Holy Ji Palace and evolving the human body into the beginning of heaven and earth, his realm had increased a lot. At that moment he was one with the sky and the earth. He had the feeling of being one with heaven and earth, and the Tao was natural. His sleeves fluttered and he looked like a celestial. Every step he took gave birth to the rhythm of the Tao and patterns, and he was like a celestial descending to the mortal world. Chapter 206. Yi Fan's body was as light as an immortal's. Like a cool breeze he returned to the stone stronghold. Seeing him return, Zhang Wuya pulled him to a secluded place and said, "Something's happened." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "Wang Shu and Dumbo have been behaving strangely ever since they went out with you. Their frontal bones have been glowing these days, and they've gained extraordinary strength." Zhang Wuya frowned, revealing a worried expression. "Bloodline awakening?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Take me to them. I didn't dare let them go out these days. They've been locked up in the house. Apart from the strange power, nothing bad has happened." Zhang Wuya accompanied Yi Fan to Dumbo's house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yi Fan felt an exuberant vitality. That's right, boundless vitality. It was as if he had arrived at a land of abundant vegetation. "Brother Yi, you're here." Dumbo's little sister smiled sweetly. She was a very delicate and pretty girl. "Is your brother all right?" Zhang Wuya asked her to lead the way. "He's fine. He's sleeping soundly like a lazy pig." The Lei family's little girl pouted. Snoring came from inside the house. Dumbo was sprawled on the brick bed, sleeping soundly. His frontal bones were like precious jade, shining brightly. Divine power. It was definitely divine power. Yi Fan was astonished. Not long ago Dumbo was an ordinary person, but now he had such great power. His frontal bones were almost transparent. Gentle light overflowed and flowed to every part of his body, baptizing Dumbo's flesh and blood. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. Different races had different achievements and starting points. This was an innate divine power, an innate power. If human cultivators wanted to possess divine power, they had to train hard to open the door to their own treasures. However, some tyrannical races that had disappeared long ago were born with divine power. This was an unattainable starting point. "Brother, wake up." The Lei family's little girl pinched Dumbo's nose and shook him awake. "Is it time to eat?" Dumbo was still in a daze, and the light from his frontal bones grew even brighter. "Leibo, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" In the Lei clan, Yi Fan directly called him by his name instead of calling him by his nickname. "Little brother Yi, you're here." Dumbo turned around and sat up, saying, "I don't feel any discomfort. In fact, I feel so full of power that I could break rocks." Yi Fan nodded. In Dumbo's current state, he could not only shatter boulders, but his divine power was comparable to that of a celestial bridge cultivator. It would not be a problem for him to split open a mine. "Why did your body undergo such a change?" Yi Fan asked. "Come, let's go to my house. I'll cook a few good dishes. We can talk while we eat and drink," Zhang Wuya said. There were some things that couldn't be said in detail in front of Dumbo's family. "Alright, I love the lamb chops made by Fifth Elder the most." Dumbo was so happy that it was as carefree as ever. Wang Shu had also undergone the same change. He was called to Zhang Wuya's house by Yi Fan, and the few of them chatted while eating. "Did you guys undergo such a change because you touched the 9 rocks that day?" Yi Fan asked, not at all worried. Many generations had passed, and these two families had long since assimilated into humans instead of other races. It was just that special children would occasionally appear. Apart from being born with divine power, there were no other abnormalities. Yes. After returning, it was as if a piece of paper had been torn open in my body. There was warm water surging all over my body. It was very comfortable. Yi Fan was speechless. Divine power was like water. This was not just an ordinary kind of strength. This was the revival of an ancient bloodline, a gift from the heavens. "Bite your finger and let me take a look." Those with the surname Lei and Wang naturally knew that there was something special about their ancestors, but they didn't know if they were humans. Without any hesitation, the two of them pricked their fingers and sprinkled a few drops of blood. "It's bright in the red with a faint silver flicker. This kind of talent is admirable and enviable." Yi Fan nodded. Their blood only had a trace of silver light, which was far from pure silver blood, but they already had such divine power. It was imaginable how powerful their ancestors were. "I'm afraid they were also in a high position among the ancient creatures or even royalty," Yi Fan thought to himself. He couldn't say this kind of thing out loud. "Little brother Yi, are we okay?" Wang Shu asked suspiciously, more or less worried. "We won't become monsters, will we?" Dumbo also scratched his head. It was obvious that they had heard some legends about their ancestors. "This is a good thing. You don't have to worry." Yi Fan carefully examined them and found that their frontal bones were very mysterious. They were connected to the origin in their heads. His divine sense was so powerful that it forcibly broke into their sea of consciousness. He found that they had completely human characteristics, so he wasn't worried that they would become ancient creatures. Compared to this, what shocked Yi Fan the most was the 9 pieces of stone from the jade pool. The things sealed inside had stimulated Wang Shu and Lei Bo's divine power. It was most likely similar to their bloodlines. "Is this really a good thing? Can we also fly in the sky in the future?" Both of their eyes shone with hope. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "If you're willing, you can do it now." "Really? How do we do it?" The two of them didn't even have time to eat and asked Yi Fan to teach them. "This." Zhang Wuya looked worried. "Don't worry, old man. This is really a good thing." Yi Fan sent the two of them to the courtyard and said to Zhang Wuya, "They've long been assimilated into the human race. It's just that their talent has been awakened. Don't worry, they'll be able to protect the stone stronghold in the future." Wang Shu and Dumbo's frontal bones were like a door that was connected to the mysterious origin. Divine power nourished their bodies. They were no different from cultivators of the celestial bridge tier. Yi Fan taught them how to use their divine power. The two of them quickly left the ground and a silver fog enveloped them. They swayed and flew into the sky. Plop. Plop. The two of them fell from the sky. Yi Fan rushed over and caught them. Their strength was comparable to a celestial bridge tier cultivator. If they fell to their deaths like this, it would be too much of a joke. They would probably be recorded as negative examples in the history of cultivation. Don't fly so high. Practice 3 feet above the ground. When you've completely mastered it, I'll teach you other skills. From that day onwards, the people in the stone stronghold saw the two of them shouting and flying around. From that day onwards, no one called Dumbo by his nickname anymore. They started to call him by his real name. Labo. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan consolidated the divine treasure in his heart and studied the Book of Origin at the same time. He had already mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth. Of course, it was limited to changing his appearance and temperament. He still had a long way to go to change the appearance of the mountains and rivers. He needed to cultivate that kind of great original art to the later stage to master it. During this time he kept an eye on the Jade Lake Saintess movements. Just as Tu Fei had said, she was walking around the cities in the northern region. Seems like she won't return to the Jade Lake in a short time. Yi Fan decided to increase his realm and cultivate the great art of changing heaven and earth to a profound level. Otherwise, if he gave himself away, he would be in big trouble. Now that he had completely comprehended the first chapter of the Book of Origin, he decided to sweep the source. 1,000 kilograms of source was a big sum. It would be difficult to collect it from the big gambling houses in Flat Rock City. However, if he could collect it, his original art would advance by leaps and bounds. He wouldn't fail in those gambling houses at the bottom level. Not good. Suddenly, a villager came to find Yi Fan in a panic. What's wrong? Yi Fan woke up from his meditative state. He didn't wait for the villager to say anything before he sensed that something was wrong with the village. Hurry, go and save Zhang Wuya. He's about to be beaten to death. The villager who came to deliver the message looked anxious and flustered. Yi Fan stood up, took one step and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye he was already outside the village. Zhang Wuya's hair was disheveled, and his cheeks were swollen with clear blue fingerprints. The corners of his mouth and chest were stained with blood. Apparently someone had slapped him. How could you do this? The young men in the village all took out their scimitars, confronting the people in front of them and shouting, "What's wrong?" Several young men stood in front of them. They were indifferent and didn't put the people in the stone village in their eyes. What right do you have to beat people? This old man refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Blue Cloud sect invited him to find the source but he dared to find an excuse to refuse. I think he's out of his mind, a young man said indifferently with a cold smile on his face. Not far away there were some old people who looked very familiar. It was obvious that they had been abducted from the nearby villages. This old thing really has a certain amount of prestige. He only suffered a few slaps and you want to risk your lives for him. If he was beaten to death, what would you do? The few young men ridiculed. You. The young men in the village were furious. They raised their long blades and walked forward saying, "You've gone too far. What kind of storm do you think you can create? If you want to court death, come forward." The few young men swept their eyes over the crowd, and all of them revealed a look of disdain. One of them even raised his palm high and slapped Zhang Wuya's shining white head. Slap. It was a very loud slap. However, it wasn't on Zhang Wuya's face but on his own face. Yi Fan rushed over with an indifferent expression. He helped Zhang Wuya up and operated his life essence to stabilize and slowly heal his injuries. Who are you? The Blue Cloud sect disciple who had been slapped in the face was stunned. He roared, "You're courting death." Slap. With a backhand slap, Yi Fan sent him flying again. Who's causing trouble? We're back. Wang Shu and Lei Bo shouted as they flew back from the horizon. Over the past half a month, Yi Fan had taught them flying techniques and some simple combat skills. The two of them had been diligently cultivating. After all, their foundations were there. Their talent had just awakened, and they were already comparable to divine bridge cultivators. They had abundant divine power, so everything was going smoothly. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. Yi Fan instructed the two of them, saying, "It's not enough to just cultivate. You have to experience life and death as well as the test of blood." He was sick and tired of this sect. First, they supported Beard Qin to plunder, then Lu Qingzhen and Lu Qingwang intercepted them, and now they actually came to act tyrannically. Dumbo's eyes immediately turned red. He saw a familiar face among the few people who had once appeared with Beard Qin. Damn bandits, they're really supported by the Blue Cloud sect. I'll fight it out with you. Give me back my sister's life. He roared and pounced forward like a beast. Wang Shu was afraid that something would happen to him, so he followed and charged forward. You two peasants dare to go against the Blue Cloud sect. The few young people were fierce in appearance but weak in heart. How could they not see how powerful Yi Fan was? At this moment they brought up the sect to threaten him. Blue Cloud Sect. Yi Fan looked at the palm print on Zhang Wuya's face, then suddenly turned around and said, "There's no need for this sect to exist anymore. You arrogant." One of them sneered and said, "If you harm us, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 miles will hunt you down." Poof. With a light flick of Yi Fan's finger, this person's head was directly crushed, and his corpse fell to the ground. This was the only divine bridge cultivator. The others were only at the life spring realm. Kill them all, don't let a single one go. Wang Shu and Dumbo Lei Bo could completely deal with the remaining people. Even if their moves were limited and they didn't know how to use tools, their surging divine power and brute force were not something that those people could resist. Screams were heard. "It's a misunderstanding, it's a complete misunderstanding. That bastard just now is the headmaster's grandson. He's used to being domineering. It has nothing to do with us." Unfortunately, the begging came too late. Dumbo's eyes were bloodshot. Thinking of his sister, he almost went crazy. These people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Wang Shu and Dumbo gritted their teeth and quickly killed all of them. They're from the Blue Cloud Sect. If they retaliate, our stone village can't resist. Some people in the village were worried. It doesn't matter. This sect will no longer exist in the future. Yi Fan said calmly. He already knew that the Blue Cloud Sect was only a small sect. The highest realm in the sect had only cultivated into the Holy Palace secret realm. At most, they had cultivated to the level of 1 or 2 gods. Bring these people into the village first. After we've dealt with the Blue Cloud Sect, we'll let them go. Yi Fan pointed to several old people in other villages. The Blue Cloud Sect could be called a tumor. Yi Fan decided to remove it. I think such a sect should have 1,000 kilograms of source. If we take it down, I can immediately go to the next level. Yi Fan laughed involuntarily. With such a decision, he seemed to be getting closer to the 13 great bandits. I don't rob mortals. I only want to remove the tumor. This isn't considered evil. Before Yi Fan could take action, just one day later, the people of Blue Cloud Sect came to his door. On the second day, as soon as he walked out of the stone village, he was ambushed. A cultivator of the Nirvana realm led 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm to attack him with weapons. Your noses are really sharp. You found me so quickly. So, the missing people of my Blue Cloud Sect were killed by you? One of them asked. So you don't know. Why did you attack me? You're suspicious. You don't look like someone from the stone village, but you have extraordinary cultivation. Naturally, we have to take you down for questioning. What a big tone. You can attack me just like that. Yi Fan shook his head and said, reckless. Who dares to attack my Blue Cloud Sect? I wonder who is reckless. The cultivator of the Nirvana realm ordered the 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm to surround and kill Yi Fan. Why bother? I'll send you all on your way. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and took in the 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm. He floated like a fairy. You. The cultivator of the Nirvana realm was shocked. You too. Yi Fan stretched out his big hand and pressed down like a 5-finger mountain. All the weapons of the cultivator of the Nirvana realm were crushed by the palm and fingers. He himself fell into the big hand. At the back, Wang Shu and Dumbo were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. This is nothing. This is just the operation of Taoist power. I can easily display it when I enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. Of course, it was impossible for others to display it with such power. Let's go to the Blue Cloud Sect. Are we really going to destroy this sect? Wang Shu was stunned. Only the leader will be killed. The rest will stay. I've decided to build a sect. The Blue Cloud Sect is a ready-made foundation. Yi Fan took the 2 of them and rose into the sky. Start a sect? Dumbo muttered. What for? Wang Shu asked, puzzled. Of course it's useful. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived at the Blue Cloud Sect, located in an oasis. Who dares to trespass into the Blue Cloud Sect? A loud shout came from the front. Green mountains and clear waters were rare in this desolate northern region. The Blue Cloud Sect had such a spiritual land, which was indeed extraordinary. Go and tell your headmaster that I want to start a sect here and ask him to move. The people guarding the mountain gate were all dumbfounded. Then they shouted, Did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall?